operation a municipal yacht. So with that, would staff please call a roll?
Councilmember Brissett, Chair. Present. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember President Williams. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Gilson Palmer. Councilmember Wynn.
Here.
Board members McQuarrie.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKnight. And we will kick it off with the 5-year capital plan. Is that Mr. Vince Smith or Mr. Massey?
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Brissett. I am Larry Massey, representing the City Planning Commission, and I have my colleague here with me, Aspen Nero, and Aspen is going to handle the presentation for us this morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. The City Planning Commission staff is pleased to give our presentation summarizing the capital improvement plan for years 2021 to 2025, including the process and responsibilities of the City Planning Commission. The capital improvement plan is a 5-year program for expenditures by the City of New Orleans for permanent physical improvements to the city. The process for the CIP development begins with the Capital Projects Administration assisting city agencies in helping to identify capital needs and project scopes. The CPC staff then holds public hearings with each individual agency. These occurred between July 22nd and July 31st of this year. One of the main responsibilities of the CPC is to certify that the approved projects are consistent with the master plan for the City of New Orleans. Next slide. The overview of the funding sources for the 2019-2025 CIP depict a total of approximately $1.12 billion in revenue, in which approximately $270,000 are general obligation bonds. The majority, approximately $700 million, are FEMA reimbursements. Approximately $765,000 are law enforcement district funds. Approximately $2.1 million are miscellaneous capital funds, and approximately $150 million are self-generated funds. Next slide. This slide presents more detail regarding the city's general obligation bonds. On November 16, 2019, voters in the city approved $500 million in new general obligation bonds. The administration plans to distribute these funds into 3 categories. First is surface and subsurface drainage, stormwater management, bridges, complete streets and roads. This category is proposed to receive $250 million in funds, or half of the total authorization. The second category is public buildings and equipment, which also includes parks, libraries, and museums. This category is proposed to receive $225 million in funds, or 45% of the total authorization. The remaining $25 million will be allocated to investment in affordable housing. The administration plans to issue up to $300 million in early 2021 funding that is recommended towards projects in this report. Next slide. Capital funding for street improvement projects by the Department of Public Works continues to make up the largest portion of the CIP, with a total expenditure of $830 million. This includes a mix of both bond funds and FEMA reimbursement funds. DPW continues to spend down funding FEMA reimbursement funds, which account for $700 million of their total proposed funding. Additional bond funds will also fund major streets and roadway improvements that were not included in any post-Katrina recovery, and will fund projects in areas of the city that were not damaged as heavily with flooding. Additional funds will also go to fund a hazard mitigation project in the Broadmoor neighborhood and Duncan Plaza to complete stormwater projects for those areas. Next slide. The second largest category for the city's capital improvement plan is for the Louis Armstrong International Airport at approximately $147 million. Now that the Dune Terminal has been completed and is open, the majority of funds are programmed for improving taxiways and renovating the former terminal for aviation use. This funding comes from general airport revenue bonds, user fees, federal and state grants, and does not come from the city's general obligation bonds. Next slide. The category of other public facilities includes the allocation of approximately $62 million in funding. Approximately $15 million of the funding in this category would be allocated to projects requested by the Department of Property Management. Property Management is responsible for maintaining city facilities past their warranty period and oversees repairing a number of aging facilities throughout the city. This department is also recommended miscellaneous capital funds to continue funding ongoing building repairs, life safety upgrades, and energy efficiency upgrades. Other public facility programs groups also contains recommended funding for the Capital Project Administration to redevelop the Municipal Auditorium at Armstrong Park. This redevelopment is intended to eventually house offices currently located in City Hall and will include landscaping improvements along Basin Street, as well as improvements to parking on site. Various other projects will be funded throughout the city, including a new sprayer plane for the Mosquito, Rodent, and Termite Control Board, which sprays for mosquito larvae and protects the city from mosquito-borne illnesses and potential outbreaks. Next slide. Capital funding for public safety includes approximately $31 million in bond funding. The New Orleans Police Department, New Orleans Fire Department, Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, and the District Attorney's Office are proposed to receive funding for various projects throughout the city. The District Attorney's Office will receive $750,000 in law enforcement district funds for roof repairs and replacing the existing chiller system at their South White Street office. This year's CIP also proposed over $6 million in general obligation bonds for the construction of a new 8th District Fire Station, which will relocate existing fire station numbers 33 and 40, and will be co-located with NOPD's new 4th District Station. Next slide. The next program category is for Parks and Recreation, with proposed funding totaling nearly $30 million in bond funds. These funds are allocated amongst NORD, Audubon Park, City Park, and Parks and Parkway. NORD-C will fund new and ongoing projects throughout the city in various facilities, including pool and HVAC replacement and new playground and park equipment. Major new projects include improvements at Richard Lee Park, which will include new walking paths, playground equipment, park facilities, and stormwater management features in the lower 9th Ward. Another major project will make infrastructure improvement to the Riverwalk Park in Audubon and will include repaving the roadway, curbing and tree protection, new lighting, and other amenities for park users. Other projects proposed for bond funding in this report include Phase 2 of the Washington Square restoration, a special needs playground at City Park, and citywide NORD playground equipment replacement. Next slide. The 2019 bond referendum listed affordable housing facilities as one of the categories of projects the proposed bond funding would be allocated towards. Voters approved this new expenditure category, and this year the city's Office of Community Development has identified 9 sites throughout the city in each council district, which will receive funds to assist in purchasing and building these developments. The 9 sites identified by the Office of Community Development are detailed on this slide with an estimated unit count and their consistency with the master plan. Based on the number of units for specific projects, many, if not all, of the proposals could require additional zoning entitlements that would require further review by the City Planning Commission at a public hearing. The sites do not have a specific location, would need to meet the base zoning district regulations in addition to matching the FLUM consistency in the master plan. Each project listed in this table is recommended for $1.5 million in general obligation bonds for a total of $13.5 million. Each of these proposed projects were reviewed in the Office of Community Development's 2019 Notice of Available Funding, and we are waitlisted due to the lack of funding. An additional $1.5 million is proposed for an affordable housing site acquisition fund to purchase sites in high opportunity areas. Next slide. The last program category in this capital improvement plan is for libraries and museums. This program grouping will receive approximately $6 million in bond funds, which will go towards funding the City Archives feasibility study and roof repairs to various library branches across the city. NOMA will receive funding for much needed electrical upgrades and a new HVAC system, as well as renovating existing space for educational purposes. This final program grouping concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aspen. Can you give us an idea? I know one of the new facilities that will come on board is, can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the new facilities that will come on board is the main slide of your the cover page, the Desire Florida Multi-Service Center. Can you give us an idea of where we are in the design and construction, going to construction as it relates to notice to proceed? I think those constituents of mine would love to know.
Yeah, I think we have Vincent Smith on here who might have a little bit more idea about like where they are with like the design and the.
Good morning, everybody. And good morning, Councilman. Thanks for the question. We are literally 1 to 2 weeks away from getting the construction contract executed. So with certainty, we should be issuing the NTP by the end of this month, early December. And the contractor, I would say in the next 30 days, we're going to start to see equipment moving on site and construction activity starting.
Thank you. And what's the timeline for construction, Mr. Smith?
I think it's a 12-month project. So the latter part of next year, early 2022, we'll be ready to open the facility.
Councilmember Jerusalem. Turn it over to Chair of Public Works and Sanitation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna wait till the next presentation because there's a lot of information in there about how capital budget is being spent, particularly on streets. And I know the administration is going to present, I assume, through Ramsey about the different bond sales and charges and what's going to happen in particular interest on FEMA and J. So I appreciate it very much, but I think I'll hold my power for just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask a question.
When? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Vincent, I know we've been communicating in reference to projects that's going to be in District E. And first of all, I just want to thank the administration for working with us. I believe we're doing the ribbon cutting for the East Shore Playground Clubhouse this coming Wednesday. So thank you so much for being on schedule with that project. And I'm really excited about the different projects that will be coming to District E. But just on the Lincoln Beach restoration, I know we have funding set for, is it for design or is it for cleanup? Because I was reading your description in the budget report. Is it a combination of both? You're on mute if you're talking, Vincent.
I can help you there, Council.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Ramsey Green, Deputy CAO. Councilwoman, we, right now, I think you're aware, we have an assessment of the environmental condition going on at Lincoln Beach. This is an important, very important project, pretty exciting. Actually, the mayor was out there about 3 weeks ago and took her entire senior team. We all had to wear appropriate footwear and we met a lot of people. It's pretty cool. We put $500,000 in there, I think, Vince, verify if I'm right, somewhere around that. Really because we wanted to include design, planning at first. And then I think we increased it to do a phase one. What I really want to be conscious of, Councilwoman, is building something that we can afford to operate given the COVID situation. So whatever we plan and design, it's got to be something that we're confident that we can ensure that we operate. So there's enough money in there to get the project planned, going, designed, and then potentially move forward with some interim phase. I can't be more specific, Councilwoman, because we're still assessing it. And you know that place better than anyone with those huge concrete things. And do we salvage them? Do we remove them? Vince, feel free to add on, but that's generally kind of where we're headed, Council.
Well, I think this is just a great opportunity from a broader sense, Ramsey. You mentioned that we initially, as we were having initial conversations with everyone, with council, with department heads. We plugged in $500,000, but in between the time of completing the capital budget and this meeting, we made a couple of adjustments to several projects. This is one where we changed that amount from $500,000 to $3 million. There are a couple of projects like that, and I'm going to get that information to you guys today so that we make sure we align, the capital report, the capital budget document that you have with the, with all the numbers that we have.
Oh, no, I'm not complaining about the increase. I just want y'all to know that. But I just wanted, and I definitely want to credit the administration for staying very true to Lincoln Beach. This is something that is very important to not just the citizen in District E, but I believe to the citizen of the entire city of New Orleans. And I think Lincoln Beach is going to help us if we do it right, as Ramsey indicated, and make sure that it's sustainable. The city of New Orleans could actually promote family gathering in the city of New Orleans, that we're just not a city of just party and bachelorette and bachelor party, but we also are a place where family can vacation and come together. And I'm excited about Lincoln Beach. And Ramsey, yes, I have been out there a couple of times. It is not a secret at all. But we know that Lincoln Beach is not safe for people to be on. And so I want to emphasize that as well. There's, Felix the alligator out there. I'm pretty sure he has some buddies out there as well. But poison ivy and snakes and all alike, but we want to make sure that we do it right. Do you guys have an understanding in reference to where we at in reference to the study? I know that it's been reported that it's going to be done, is it next year in 2021?
Pardon me, it is, Councilwoman, 2021. I'll get you the date. I want to say it's second or third quarter. It's around halfway through 2021. We're going to get that back. And just so you know, part of us increasing the number at Lincoln Beach was an acknowledgement that people are going there, whether we want them to or not, and we need to make it safe. And that is the sort of priority number one with whatever we do on that site.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
You bet. And I'll get Sharon to send you the intel on the environmental assessment.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'll jump in real quick. Ramsey, I have a quick question for you. So, with everything that we're dealing with budget-wise here in the city of New Orleans, it's so important to find different cost savings and move forward with efficiencies. And so I saw in the capital budget that you all are putting in place some energy efficiencies. I believe it's about $500,000. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Obviously, I'm very supportive of that.
Yes. And I would say, Councilwoman, we're going to have during your property management budget presentation today, those, pardon me, particularly Greg Nichols, the deputy director over there under Martha's leadership, they're kicking tail on energy efficiency and cost savings. If I can ask you, let me get you a little bit more info on that, unless any of my folks, any of our team on this call have direct info on the set aside for energy efficiency. Jonathan Rhodes would be the expert on that, Councilwoman.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I don't think he's on this call right now. So we're going to be together all day.
Utilities is coming up soon, so I'll ask him about that. And I'm assuming should I wait to ask him questions about the investment in renewables too? Because I know we're working on putting solar panels in different city buildings and things like that. I should wait for that with Jonathan as well.
You just cut out a little bit. I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
I'm sorry. Can you? Yeah, I saw you cutting out too. On the solar panels, on the investment on renewables, should I wait to ask my question to Jonathan as well?
I'm going to get the right folks to get me that information and sit in front of me if they're not on this call, but I don't think those folks are on this call right now, but you will have some before the next hour. Let's just put it that way.
And Ramsey, let me just jump in. The city is putting up money to match I think it's a $3 million grant that we're going to be receiving. We're putting up $600,000, and that is going to allow us to participate in, installing solar panels at city facilities. And I think there might be a residential component to it as well. But we'll definitely get some more information for you on that. And on the energy savings, property management does, and they can speak to it more specifically, of course, but they've got a energy consultant. We've got an energy consultant on board, and they are assessing city facilities and providing us with information so that we can, do upgrades, change out lighting, LED to make it more efficient, installing BAS systems so that we can manage our energy use more effectively. So those are some of the things that we're doing to incorporate energy savings into our buildings.
Well, I'm so excited to see that because it is desperately needed. I can tell you in the building that I'm sitting in when it comes to creating more energy efficiencies. Another question that I have, and obviously council's been working on this very closely with Kim LeGroux, is the investment in fiber broadband. It looks like about $500,000. Is that for the initial kind of study around that?
Actually, that's another one of those line items that we increased. That money is being targeted for, we're calling it a intra broadband network that Kim and her team wants to install that will increase and make more safe our internal capacities as life safety, as police and fire, are communicating. So that money is going to be dedicated. That's going to be like the first project, in that series of investments.
I think that's great. We're really being forward thinking in our capital investments. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. And then, Ramsey and team, I also want to thank you all for putting money in here for the independent monitor on the public facing module so that, finally we'll have an instrument, whether it's a website that the independent monitor can build where people can take a look at what's happening with our police department, whether it's officers getting awards or whether it's an officer being disciplined, that all of that will now be public facing. The council passed a resolution on this several months ago, and I'm just really elated to see that it is also being funded and being funded through the capital projects budget. So with that, I just wanted to thank you on that particular piece. And I think those are all my questions for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Vice President. We will go on to Mr. Smith. While we still have you, I just wanted to bring up with some of these capital projects of city-owned land, how is capital projects incorporating to make sure that we have public safety technology throughout these, whether it's parks, playgrounds. I know there was a big investment into the Lafitte Greenway with utilization of the crime cameras.
Yes.
Public safety cameras. How is your department analyzing public safety?
We actually did program $250,000 for additional public safety cameras into the capital budget this year. So, in that sense, we are continuing to try to invest in public safety technology to enhance public safety.
Mm-hmm. Have you installed any public safety cameras at parks and playgrounds?
Capital Projects has not. I think that NORD, as a matter of fact, I know NORD is working with NOCEP. Those cameras will be purchased through NOCEP and, of course, connected to the Real-Time Crime Center. So, NORD has been working with NOCEP to have that equipment installed.
Okay, I'll follow that up with, when Nord comes before us. Uh, Seeing no more questions, thank you, Mr. Smith, and we look forward, to working with you, on the remaining, uh, parts of the 2021 budget. And let the record reflect, Councilmember Kristen Palmer is with us as well, and Councilmember Jay Banks.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissette. I appreciate it.
Councilmember, you have any
I'm on-
questions
I'm
for
on as well, Jared. Councilmember Williams.
President Williams is here? Good morning.
No, I'm just excited about the 5-year plan, especially excited about the feasibility study for the archives at the library. I think that's long overdue. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you again. I know you will be staying on for capital projects. The Department of Public Works. Capital budget is next, followed by Public Works. Mr. Smith, are you leading this, or is it?
Ramsey's going to take the lead on this one.
Councilman Brissette, you've got Joe Thread is actually sitting next to me from our chief of our PDU. He's here despite the, what is it?
Marine Corps birthday.
But what anniversary?
Marine Corps.
250 years? Joe annually takes off the Marine Corps birthday, and he came into work today specifically to be here for this presentation. We also have Kim DeLarge, also available, our capital budget director. We're trying not to be duplicative of the information that you've already seen, Councilman, so I'm gonna go fairly high level and fairly fast because Larry and Austin's team did a great job. So if I can go to the first slide, really quickly, there we go. Just gonna cover the goals, the GO bonds, the hazard mitigation grant money, because we weren't covering that in any other part. And then where the NDR money stands today, which I know is near and dear to your heart, Councilman Brissette. Next slide, please. Go ahead. All right, the big goals of our capital budget for this year is to complete the bond sale of Group 1, which is about $290 or so million. Pardon me, 76 projects. You have all seen those. The CPC approved it, and a big thanks to the teams of both infrastructure and CPC to work really well together. It's a very sort of awkward process to have CPC present the stuff that infrastructure is managing, and I feel like this is our third go around, and we've kind of started to nail it. Accelerate the DPW Sewage and Water Board Joint Infrastructure Program, which you're going to hear more about from Keith and our mutual teams. Continue work on remaining facilities projects, 110 projects at $284 million. Continue investment in innovative water management projects. And what I'd say is what you're seeing in our $500 million in bonds is we're actually putting local money into green infrastructure, not just federal money, putting our local taxpayer dollars into green infrastructure, because this is the future of the existence of our city. We've got to hold water and we've got to put it in other places opposed to assuming that we can just pump every drop out quickly, and then continue close out of the FEMA projects to ensure full reimbursement. Next slide, please. Go ahead. All right, we set up, and I think every one of you members have been briefed at least twice on this, but these are the 5 goals of the $500 million in spending that the voters overwhelmingly approved in November of 2019. Thanks to Joe's team, and we actually were told this by our bond counsel last week, that for many years they've been trying to get the city back into tax exempt status, and we are on track to reach that status within the next 30 to 60 days or so, which is a big deal. That's getting us so we can now issue tax exempt bonds. We are not going to issue bonds until they are tax exempt, and that is a big win. The 5 goals are public safety, which is as Councilwoman Palmer knows, she's getting a new police station, a new fire station on the West Bank. Our vehicles, we're funding a whole 1/3 of the EMD department's vehicle requests because we assume we're going to do 3 years of bond issuances, and we're just breaking it up in thirds. It's a ton of money to replace public safety vehicles, among others. Improvement of public green spaces. I think if anything has taught us during the pandemic that open space is incredibly critical to our city, to our residents, and ensuring that we can hold water. That goes part and parcel to sustainability, stormwater resilience, and better management of assets. Streets and drainage, which we all know is obviously the biggest priority of this outlay. And finally, affordable housing. Next slide, please. So this is very high level, but I think it gives you a picture into what we're doing. All 5 of those sort of thematic objectives are articulated by percentage on the left. Streets and drainage and sustainability, those are kind of, frankly, very much related. Sustainability and drainage are sustainability is sort of green infrastructure to hold water, which is, of course, drainage. And you can kind of see that more narrowed down on the right. When we articulated this to voters prior to the bond vote last year, we committed 50% streets, drainage, and stormwater, 45% to capital projects, vertical infrastructure, affordable housing around 5%. And then we have by statute, and Councilman Williams, I know you have a big role and enthusiasm in this, in the Percent for Arts program. So that is, the Percent for Arts program is a steady percentage that just, whatever you issue goes into it. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to make sure we had somewhere in this day today of a lot of information thrown at you where we are on our HMGP program. This is about $100+ million in hazard mitigation grant funds from FEMA. When we came into office, one of them was approved by FEMA, just even to start on design. And now all of them are approved, and all of them are either in rapid design or under construction at this point. This gives you a good summary of them. We're going to wrap Pontilli. It looks like we're moving into the first quarter of 2021. Mirabeau is in advertisement. Hagen Lafitte is in construction, and that's going to wrap soon. And then some of the, let's see. Drainage Pump Station 1, the Broadmoor project is massive, and we're trying to clear an EHP problem, which Joe can discuss if you have any questions. Oh, we're starting remediation at Councilman Banks knows this, I think, at Saratoga Park, right? We're starting remediation in the next week and a half to 2 weeks. And then City Park, we've reached 60% design, Councilman Giarrusso, for the holding 50 some odd million gallons of water at the north end of City Park. Go to the next slide, please. And then NDR, Councilman Brissett, I'm sorry. This is just sort of giving you a rundown of where all that money stands at present. Very excited, St. Anthony Green Streets, the PM team on that, led by Mary Kincaid. They've reached 90%. Blue Green Corridors has reached 90%. St. Bernard has reached 90%. The homeowner program is under construction. But we're going to see some aggressive construction and NTPs hitting in the next 6 months, 3 to 6 months or so. And I think that's all if you go to the last slide. But we have the whole team here if any of y'all have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Giarrusso, thank you, Ramsey.
Thank you, Ramsey, and thank you for the presentation and also for the work that's been going on. I know there's been a lot of shovels in the ground, and that's appreciated. Can you speak a little bit more, or Joe, about how the bond money for streets and drainage will complement the FEMA program that's referred to in terms of HJ, so people just have a sense of what's going on. I know you talk about a lot, but I think it's important that when you see the maps that are available on roadwork NOLA, and there's 10 streets being fixed, the first street is being fixed, how this bond will supplement.
Joe, come sit right here. Yeah.
Hey, Joe, it's Keith. I heard you. I'll take that, Ramsey, if you don't mind.
Well, I want to make sure I get the question, Councilman Giarrusso, that the audio was really rough there. Are you asking sort of about how we finish a joint infrastructure neighborhood using bond funds?
The question is, how is the bond money supplementing the good work that's already going on with bond money? And just particularly, Ramsey, just thinking of the visual when you have a map that has 10 streets on it, exactly, that you know exactly what I'm talking about, so people can just hear it and feel it.
Absolutely. Heath, go for it.
Yeah, Councilman Giarrusso. So we right now we've been very fortunate that the FEMA projects, we budget for a project before the project goes out, and these budgets have been established for a few years now. So as the projects are going out, I believe we had one in your district come in like 4 million under. So FEMA's allowed us the flexibility to utilize some of that funding and finish the neighborhoods. We know as we get into wave 3 and 4 that those budgets are going to get tighter and tighter, and we want to use the bond money to focus on areas that we know need to have drainage upgrades, that need to have additional streets fixed. As you mentioned, we know we have neighborhoods with 1 or 2 streets adjacent to work, and we have 2 projects. So I think you and I have been attached a lot, just discussing how do we finish that neighborhood and make it whole, and that has always been our goal. Something as simple as sidewalks, believe it or not, we're going into neighborhoods and some of these sidewalks are not ADA compliant, and we're going in and making them compliant, and the bond money will absolutely allow us to put a dent in it, but we know it won't get us 100% there.
Thanks, Keith. And Ramsey, you raised a point I think is also really important, that the city doesn't want to go to sale until the bonds can be tax exempt. And I guess that's really important, not only for saving money, but then also as part of what Keith is talking about and working with FEMA, and then thinking about places that don't have FEMA money, to update the maps as the bond sales are going on so people can see what's happening.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I generally, Councilman, I think you know this, I would always rather under promise and over deliver. And so I don't want, people to say, okay, here's all the things that are happening. And then that's the kind of but that's the conversations that you're going to have with the DPW team anyway. They're going to say, okay, here's what we see in, Lake South Group A, and none of this part here is funded by FEMA. So we're going to put bond money there. That's where we really need the members of the council to sort of be our ear to the pavement to tell us where you want those funds. And we know scientifically where we think it should be, but we want to run that data by the council members to make sure you all are understanding it, and we get some good input from all of you.
Great. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmer?
Yes, thank you so much. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for y'all's work. It's really been impressive that we keep, even with these challenging times, y'all keep these projects moving, and I really appreciate it. When we have the breakdown of the bond money for affordable housing, are we going to see that later on in the budget when we hit the Department of OCD, so we can see a more clear breakdown of where that money will go? I guess I would. A question for Jared or a question for Ramsey?
I would say I'm going to make sure of that, Kristen. Just the folks on this call right now we're not affordable housing folks.
Exactly.
But we're running really close with Margiana Wilman from the housing unit.
Great. Can we just when we get to OCD, if you could make sure that they have a breakdown, because I'd love to see where that's all going and how we're leveraging it.
Yep. I'm putting it. Make sure she knows.
I think Margiana is on the phone, so she may be able to speak to it. Would your Margiana?
We can do it when we do the Department of OCD. I think that'd probably be more appropriate.
Okay. Yes, I am on the call, and I will have that information available.
Thank you, Margiana. I appreciate it.
Yes.
And then this is not related, but it is related. When we talk about all the wonderful water management plans, if you remember, last year at budget, we passed a $250,000 for a water management study for the West Bank. I'd like to know the progress on that, because I know these water management projects that are happening on the East Bank are because we had really thoughtful plans and we knew how to put the money towards those projects. So I just want to make sure that we're moving on the West Bank plan so that the West Bank can also be recipients of some of this funding.
We will, I'll make sure you get a briefing on that, Councilwoman Palmer. We do have Megan Williams, who is a native of the West Bank, DPW Stormwater Management PM. I know she was working on that a little bit, so I'll make sure you get an update on where that is.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Oh, question. I'm sorry. I do have to bring up the municipal auditorium. I know, Ramsey, that we are concerned about the FEMA money attached to the municipal auditorium. How are we feeling about that?
Great question, Councilwoman. Here is the position we are in right now. We have tremendous insights into the municipal auditorium building. We have better insights into what space we need as a city government than we have ever had. And then COVID hit. And our office space use, I think, is permanently altered. And what we are now doing is trying to determine if this option is feasible of using municipal auditorium as a potential future of City Hall. How much space do we as a government need? And right now we're going through a survey for all of our department heads to see how remote work has worked and using that information to inform what the space needs of city government are. Concurrently, we're asking for a period of performance extension with the 40 million that sits on municipal auditorium now, and we're being very transparent with FEMA on these questions that we're going forward, that we're facing. I would say I'm not worried right now that the 40 million will disappear. We just worry about it all the time because that building continues to sit there unused with $40 million sitting on it. So what I would tell you is, even, as recently as yesterday, once you mute it, you're going to get an echo over here. Who's my audio? Sorry, I have a computer going in the same room with me. What I would say is, give us a little bit of time on this, Councilwoman Palmer. What I'm trying to do is come to some better pathways based upon the post-COVID workspace environment by about or shortly after Thanksgiving. And given this is in your district, I'm happy to provide you a unique briefing on what we're finding.
Great, thank you so much. And I do want to say, with this unique environment, I still think municipal auditorium potentially offers some unique offerings, because if you look at the green space around that building and the exterior space, could really give us potentially more options, because that's what people are looking for, quite frankly, in this post-COVID world. So thank you for that. I look forward to the briefing.
You bet.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Ramsey, would you like to jump into the capital projects administration?
Yeah, Vince is going to drive that ship, Councilman. We're ready.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ramsey and Councilman. You can go to page 3. Next page, please. I'm sorry. This is the capital projects mission and vision statement. Once again, mission statement to serve the public good by delivering the capital program on time, on task, and within budget. Vision statement, deliver the capital program and contribute to improving the quality of life for the citizens of New Orleans. Next slide. There's our organization chart. It's pretty self-explanatory. Basically my shop is composed of primarily project managers of varying architectural, engineering, and construction disciplines. Next slide. Department accomplishments. As it was previously mentioned, we currently have a portfolio of 110 projects at a budgeted value of $284 million. We are 45% complete in terms of project count. Once again, we're on the other side of the hill regarding our FEMA projects. So our FEMA portfolio is reducing substantially. The timing is good. We're creating that creates space for us to absorb the projects coming out of the bond sale and to be able to queue those up and move them, as soon as they are in place. Next slide. Here's a bar graph showing you, based on the current portfolio, where we stand in terms of completing projects. We're projecting to complete 28 projects this year. Next year is going to be a big year for us, projected to complete 33 projects. And of course, you can see based on the current portfolio, we've got a substantial drop off. In 2022, projects from the bond sale should be coming online for construction. Once again, that's good for us in terms of our current capacity and being able to continue to advance not only existing capital projects, but the new capital projects that are coming online. Next slide, please. Facility highlights. Once again, we're projecting completing 28 capital projects this year. The Municipal Yacht Harbor will be wrapping that up by the end of the year. Do want to report that the harbor, which, once again, it's a floating dock, and it performed magnificent in Hurricane Zeta. I think there was an adjacent parishes who had a traditional harbor, and it was destroyed. So our harbor fared very well, and we're really excited about that. Next slide. Department goals. Once again, we're projecting completing 33 capital projects next year, including Velocity Playground, NOPD, 4th District Police Station, and Desire Florida, which we're routing construction contracts on all of those projects right now and should be under construction end of this month, early December. So we're excited to have those projects moving forward. The criminal evidence and processing building is under construction and scheduled to be complete next year. Next slide, please. 21 other 2021 goals is to continue to pursue meeting our KPI delivery goal of delivering projects on time and on budget of 80%. Working with planning to update the annual capital improvement process. For the past couple of years, we've been talking about that. And, next year we're going to dive into it and see how we can improve the process. And I do want to take this opportunity just to thank the council. I was a little stressed over our engaging a bond sale while we were engaging a capital budget process, because typically you don't do it like that. But actually it worked out extremely well because it gave us an opportunity to engage you guys as we were, looking at projects. We had an opportunity to have discussions with the department heads as well. So actually there was more communication and collaboration that went on. So, we really appreciate that. Next goal, initiate PM training program to improve CPM scheduling management capabilities. Just want to, increase our guys' capacity and ability to manage projects. Scheduling is becoming more and more important as, we're pushing to deliver projects, pushing on contractors, and, CPM scheduling is a foundational component, project schedules is a foundational component of project delivery. So we just want to increase our guys' capacity and ability to, to manage that part of our project delivery process. And lastly, improve post-event facility assessment process. Zeta, a couple of things. Thank goodness, Zeta, we had minimal facility damage from Zeta. Most of the damage seems to be confined to, power poles, light poles that fell, or trees that fell and, hit structures. But once again, it was really minimal. But it gave us, once again, as we engaged our post-facility assessment process, we're learning a lot of lessons about how we can do it more efficiently and effectively. And, given the fact that we had, we've had 8 named storms, projected to possibly hit New Orleans, and, with climate change being a real issue, we definitely need to improve our capacity to be able to, get out there and tackle post-facility assessment so that we can put ourselves in the best position to get the maximum amount of money from FEMA. Next slide, please. Budget summary. For capital projects, as you can see, there is a substantial reduction in our budget from 2020 to 2021. And of course, that is related to the furloughs. But also, and I'm going to say maybe a large part of that is us shifting our project management cost burden from the general fund to bonds. And in the bond sale, the amount, the bottom line amount that's noted includes 3.5% for project management, which is a typical percentage in the private sector for project management services. Plus, we've got, of course, the 1.5% allocation for the arts. We feel comfortable with our proposed 2021 budget, and of course, we've got to. It's almost, for me, it's like we're going to have to shift from a public to a private model in terms of, billing time. So we're going to have to be more efficient and more watchful of how we are billing our services against projects, as we engage them and as we, have limited amount of funds for that service. So that's going to be just another, not only a challenge, but something else we're going to do to increase our efficiencies and operations. Next slide. That's it.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? Thank you for making that presentation, Vince.
I have a question. Actually, it's for Ramsey. I think Vincent's last slide brings up an interesting point in terms of staffing and furloughs. I know y'all have been on a timeline for expenditures to ensure that we spend the federal dollars in a timely way, and y'all have done an admirable job since you've come into the administration to do that, to get these projects started. Are we concerned that the furloughs and the staffing cuts could affect the movement of these projects that could be detrimental in terms of the federal money?
Great question, Councilwoman Palmer, and no. And the reason is because, thankfully, the staff that do these projects, everybody who is 100% grant funded is exempt from the furloughs, because this money is temporary and focused only on this capital, and it's restrictive. What does that mean? That means that we've had some very frank conversations as management saying, congratulations, you're exempt from the furloughs, but that's a very special responsibility. And I think our team has really shown, particularly since COVID, that, you know, we've dramatically accelerated spending. And so thankfully, Councilwoman, I don't have that concern.
And Ramsey, let me just mention one other thing. You know, as we are, you know, once again, that exempts us from the furloughs because we're not burdening the general fund. The other side of that is, you know, we do have dedicated project management and direct administrative cost allocations in the FEMA funding. And it's almost like if you don't spend it, you'll lose it.
Right.
So, you know, that's money that's FEMA money that we've got to spend as well.
Great. Thank you so much. That's good news.
I just want to let you know, Chris, can you still there? I just want to let you know one thing. Keith is going to be on the Algiers water study during his DPW presentation. And Councilwoman Moreno, I just forwarded you the list of projects for the EE funds, but I'll just read them if you don't mind, Councilman Giarrusso. City Hall built BAS system upgrade, Civil Court BAS system upgrade, OPP BAS system upgrade, City Hall LED lighting upgrade, and various NOPD facility occupancy sensor installations. And for those who don't know what BAS means, it means you can remotely control the mechanical, electrical, and in some cases, HVAC systems from a different location. Essentially, the old school way of moving controls on a wall and burning AC money goes the way of the dinosaur. You want to add something?
Building automated systems.
Yeah, building automation systems.
Yeah, and council members, this is Joe. I just wanted to say that the federal government was really concerned about, you know, the COVID effects and our furloughing of employees. So, you know, this really validated by us not furloughing that we can meet our period of performances for 2022, 23 for both the HUD and the federal FEMA funds.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else? All right. Thank you all for the presentation. Appreciate that. With that, we'll roll into Department of Public Works.
Morning, everyone. Keith LaGrange here, Director of Public Works. You can go to slide 3. We like to start with our mission statement and vision statements because I think it's really important to know that, you know, our mission is to construct, maintain the highest quality of life and sustainable transportation for all users. And we've been saying that for all modes of transportation. We've been saying that all year long, and nothing, you know, we haven't veered off that task. And our goal is also to improve the quality of life and create opportunities for economic development for New Orleans. So we've been working hand in hand with economic development for any potential developments coming in that we may need to put dollars to. So we're starting to have a lot of internal coordination that we think has never been done in the past. You know, in our vision statement, I come from a restaurant background, so I'm always customer service oriented. So I like to focus on being the best customer focused public servant in the city for, you know, and to meet the needs for the community and really listen to the public and listen to their concerns. Next slide. There's our organization chart. Two things have changed this year. We have now installed a deputy director of operations and mission support / HR admin deputy director as well. So with these two, we've been able to update policies, update a lot of things, procedures, how we do things, and efficiencies within our department. And then under that is our engineering traffic, which includes sign and signal, our fiscal and contracts department, and then parking enforcement, and then which we have parking enforcement and towing, and then we also have the adjudication piece. Next slide. Next slide. So something I'd really like to focus on is we've had a lot of challenges this year between the 7 storms that we had to prep for, which takes a week of prep, and then it takes probably another 4 weeks of us to go through the 311s and catch up on things that the public has seen and shown to us. So what happens when we do that is we shut down the asphalt crews and they go strictly to catch basin cleaning. And so if you see total numbers of potholes repaired, that number is decreased, and it's related to storm events, but it's also related to how we capture potholes. So what we noticed in the years past is that they've captured a pothole, whether it's a 10 by 10 hole or whether it's a 2-inch hole, they considered it a pothole. So we stopped doing that. We're capturing them by blocks now, and we started that about mid-year. Something to really boast about is the catch basins cleaned and inspected is that we've had, last year we hit about 6,000. This year we're on task to hit about 6,800, and that's even with the challenges of COVID and the way we spread out our furloughs. Total amounts of drain lines flushed, that was increased by 54%. We're on task to hit about 767,000 versus around 500,000 last year. And then we started tracking how many catch basins we cleaned in front of on major routes like state routes, and these are all before storm events. Next slide. So here's just a list of all the accomplishments as it relates to traffic and street signs and parking. So our sign crews probably haven't had to do as much without the events, but they rolled strictly into starting to replace street name signs. I know we're doing some work in the east for Councilmember Wynn on the Lake Catherine piece, and then we're starting to really get a good inventory of what our signs are and putting them into GIS. And we're actually doing a pilot program in the French Quarter right now where we're identifying all city assets, whether it be a street pole, a sign that says, and the type of verbiage that's on the sign, because we like to know whether it's a stop sign versus a no parking sign versus an actual freight zone sign. So we're starting to get a good inventory of all of our internal assets. We've also made pavement repairs and security upgrades to the Claiborne towing facility to provide the public a safer, more reliable experience. So we got more lighting. We got we put a bunch of asphalt down to create a better parking lot so they're not driving through mud. So we're reinvesting in some of our own facilities. Next slide. And I think this is the huge one that Ramsey and Councilmember Giarrusso were talking about. Even with the challenges of bringing a lot of people into City Hall, we have still been able to push over $403 million worth of projects out that are 40 projects worth $403 million that are currently in construction. Our goal this year was to hit over 580. We're gonna fall short of that, but with the 24 projects that's going to be advertised in the fourth quarter, that's worth another 150 million approximately. So we'll be hit quarter one. We're going to be on the heels of the goal, but I think with all the challenges and remote working, engineers, believe it or not, have the same challenges as us. They can't have as many people in the building, so they had to gear up their engineers with AutoCAD and all of the equipment that necessary for them to work from home as well. And that might have put a little damper on us initially, but I can promise you we're running full steam ahead. We had our inaugural infrastructure day, and we'll continue to do that on a quarterly basis with the PDU department. And as y'all mentioned, we restructured the general obligation bond strategy to where people who are bond funded, people who are working on bond funded projects are putting that into their time clock, into our Time Clock Plus system. So we're capturing their salaries on the projects they're working on. So it takes a burden off the general fund, which I think is a huge win. Next slide. So here's our departmental goals. I realize this says property management, but it should say public works. Sorry about that. Across all divisions, the part will maintain the same or greater level of service. This year, we've actually reduced our budget this year to try to help out the general fund. And as you can see, based on our accomplishments, we were still able to hit and exceed the goals of the services that we provide to the public for catch basin cleaning, maintaining street lights, maintaining traffic signals, and still keeping up with the services that the public expects.
Can I ask a question? Because that
Sure.
You're honing in on a point that's sort of on the last slide, but DPW's other operating budget is slashed almost in half, and yet the services are still in the range, I think, where people would want to see them to be. Obviously, everybody wants more streets, everybody wants more drainage. We all know that we need to do that. But can you explain a little bit about delivery of services at the same time with operating being cut so drastically?
That was all one-time revenue. The 20 million equates, 10 million of that was the Max Pay program. So that's about half of the 20 million of the one-time revenue that we put out there from this year, from 2020, that we're not going to put back in. And then the rest was some other one-time revenue that we added to I believe streetlights and traffic and some other maintenance projects. So I know we had this question when we first started about the 40% cut. We're really taking about a 24% cut. I see Kim DeLarge is on. You want to add anything, Kim?
That's exactly what I was going to say, Keith. There was one-time money that we already spent on Max Pave, and then another $3 million on BP funds that we spent. So it wasn't a true 40% reduction of the operating. It was in general fund money. Like he said, we were around 24%. An actual reduction in our spending.
Okay, and Kim, while you're on, can I ask a related question to that?
Sure.
Keith hasn't said the words fair share yet, so I will. Obviously, like win for the city and more money for sewage and water board and DPW, but diminished because of lack of tourism and hotel collections. Are we expecting an uptick in that in 2021 to help more things?
Right. So, fair share is included in that other operating money. We're not expecting an uptick right now. It's actually going to help us fill the gaps. The general fund, that it helped us not lay off staff members. It helped us to keep people employed and keep working. So it really came at the right time to push us through. So you won't see that uptick that we expected, of course, because of COVID and the lack of taxes and furlough days and all of that kind of stuff, but it will keep us afloat to move through 2021. And we're hoping in 2022, as things get back online, we should see a big impact on fair share. But right now, it's kind of holding us steady to keep us in place.
And something to add to that, Joe, in 2020, we did get about 2.2 million, I believe, and from the fair share, an additional that we didn't expect. So we went out and bought we bought a bunch of equipment, some trailers, some asphalt patchers. So as the money comes in, we're trying to get the equipment. So when the city gets back to normal, all we have to do is staff them.
Thank you.
Councilman, if I can add one thing, just because Keith mentioned Max Pave 1, we do have Max Pave 2 in the bond funds. So you wouldn't see it reflected in the same, other operating location within the budget, but it is in, as you requested, it is in the 2020 bond offering to clear that docket up, and much to the excitement of Ghassan and Bob Turner. And Kim DeLarge looks like an ethereal spirit right now, which makes me laugh hysterically. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to set up our cameras that way a little bit better.
All right, you can go to the next slide.
Is there something I need to know about? All right, appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Keep on going.
One more. So this is our zero-based budgeting analysis. This shows how we break out core services versus internal services to try to track the services in more of a methodical way, to where we show if we increase funding for one service, we can potentially increase the service delivered to the public. So the internal services is basically all in office, back house, and then the core services is what we're actually doing. So two categories we have is right-of-way regulation and then safe travel routes. Right-of-way regulation is typically your enforcement, curb space enforcement, streets enforcement, and then the safe travel routes and streets is going to be the street signs, traffic signals, repair streets, and then drainage also. Next slide. So here's the historical spending by service category. You can see in 19, right-of-way regulation, we had about 19 million we spent. This year to date, we spent about 10, and that's going to be due to the, shutting down the city, not having as many people here, parking switch to actually helping, and for a good month or so, they helped with all of the evacuees that were in the convention center, because we didn't want to treat out-of-towners with disrespect. And then we also have parking enforcement was kind of not downsized, but kind of slowed in front of restaurants and hotels, people who are trying to conduct curbside services for all of the establishments within downtown and the city. So we tried to lax on that. I can tell you now we're back up to full throttle because we've been asked by a lot of service industries that are opening. They would like their freight zones back, their parking zones back. So we're slowly getting that back up and into place. But the safe travel routes and the support services, you can kind of see where we've cut some of our budget this year to help the general fund. But as I mentioned, we still kept the same services to the public that, we feel like we did a good job with less. Next slide. Oh, back one. Here's a right-of-way regulation on in safe travel routes. Is more historical spending. It's just another breakdown of the same stuff. And most of I think when the previous slide had personnel services, what we did was we had some vacancies that we just didn't fill, and we just held out until until we get back to normal and start collecting the taxes we should collect, and then we'll put in for those vacancies. Next slide. And here's a breakdown of of basically what I was kind of alluding to and what you brought up earlier. Personnel services, the 2 million was a lot of vacancies, and then the 26 furlough days that we're gonna give to the classified, and then 10% pay reduction for unclassified. And the other operating, as we mentioned with Kim and before, the 10 million was for Max Pave, and the rest was all one-time revenue. So it's really a budget cut of about 23-24% overall from 2019. Something else to really look at is we've taken away some professional services. Streetlight management we cut in half. Ticket revenue and red light camera enforcement revenue and professional services are directly related. So the less we do, the less we spend. So that with the city shutting, downtown and a lot of conventions not happening in downtown, that kind of was able to allow us to reduce a lot of that spending as well. Next slide. That's it. I'll take questions now if y'all have any.
Thanks, Keith. Colleagues, any questions?
Oh, one more thing, Joe. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention the West Bank thing for Councilmember Palmer. So we have the degree infrastructure pool that should be open next week. We're going to award, hopefully in December, to a short list of engineers. And then from there, we should have it awarded to an engineer by early January.
Thank you. That's awesome update. Thank you. I have another question though. Where do we see within your budget the culvert cleanouts? I know you started that. We saw some of that for some of our streets that don't have subsurface drainage.
So that's kind of, we have been utilizing equipment operator 3s that would be on asphalt trucks also. So that's probably another reason you see a decrease in asphalt. Those equipment operators have been cleaning the east, doing ditch cleaning all over the city as needed. And so the 2 excavators we bought end of last year, we're actually able to put to work with current staff. But unfortunately, it does slow down some other crew, like asphalt crews. It shuts us down from doing asphalt. But we were committed to getting drainage right, and that's where we're still at. I believe we should be finishing the east hopefully by, and I know this is a Councilman Giarrusso question. Hopefully we should be finishing the east by January. I know we're working our way over to the other side of Michoud, on the other side of 510 to Michoud, and then we're gonna get into District C and A and start hitting more of these ditches. But that's utilizing existing labor and equipment, council member. It's not really an additional cost until we start repaving driveways and putting culverts in, which we will be attacking. So given that it's an asset and a capital expense, I'm hoping we can potentially use some bond funding for that, but we'll cross that when we get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Anybody else?
I do, Joe.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you. Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good. So first of all, thank you for working with Lake Catherine and Fort Pipe on their street sign, but I think we're not completely done yet based on the, okay. I just want to make sure, because I know we've been working on that for about over 2 years now. I want to make sure that we wrap that up for them as well. Have your team been able to do like an assessment based on missing street signs from Zeta? Because
So we have not, but we're working on putting up the signs that we know were affected, attached to poles. So we did have an asset view of where signs were located on specific poles that we know were removed. So that was over 700. I think Energy had over 700 poles knocked down. Not all of them had signs on them, but we were focused on all of our street lights and all of our wooden poles that we know had signs on them. And we've been asking the public to utilize 311.
Okay.
We only have about 6 signed people. So we're definitely out there full force getting all of the signs put back up. But if they have one, please put it in 311 because that's how we're tracking everything.
okay, I'm glad that you brought that up, and I just wanted to emphasize for the public to continue to use 311 as a way of reporting, because I know you guys are working really hard. I've seen the team in the district fixing street lights as well as sign. Can you, I didn't know, can you talk about the school flashers? What is that? Is that the blinking light, Keith?
Yeah, so there are school zone flashers that have the speed limit, and then they have the 2 yellow lights with a solar panel on top. But then we also have the school zone cameras.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is that my office get calls and emails, particularly around schools that don't have a camera, schools that are in neighborhood, and there's constant speeding. And so again, this process is also through 311 as well. And you guys come out and assess and evaluate the situation or the environment to determine if a school flasher is warranted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you know of any, you can send them directly to me, and we'll
I've actually got an email set up for you, so you'll be in your box in a minute. One thing I also wanted to acknowledge is that Dawn and Nikita has been working with us in a lot of your infrastructure project. One of the things that we've noticed is that a lot of these street improvement projects are in certain areas like Lake Carmel. I'll use that as an example. I was told that it started 2 years ago, and the construction started, and then nothing happens for months. And then so, like I say, Nakia and Dawn are great. And I think was told that maybe we were using the same contractor at the same time for different projects that would cause them to do one and then put the other one hold. Have you guys addressed that issues to make sure that if a street repair started in a neighborhood, then we should go in, do our part, and then get out, because we recognize that street repair does take some time, and it's hard for people to be patient. But I think it's challenging when people are patient for years and their street is not completely done.
I completely understand. And we've even put into our specifications now that if a street's opened, it's got to be not put back completely, but it has to be able to be accessible to the public and to the residents within 2 weeks, which we know is a challenge, but we're going to hold them to it. And they have contract times built into their actual construction schedule. So and we have liquidated damages. So if they don't finish their projects, let's say in 365 days, then they start getting assessed $1,000 to $1,500 a day beyond that, that the city, unfortunately, the city will not be charged, but would have to give that money back to FEMA as well. So we're going to be putting out a lot of projects coming up in the next quarter. And I can tell you the capacity of the contractors, I think, has us all concerned, because we won't know, unfortunately, we won't know until they're out. And then, because right now we do see some contractors getting a little stretched, but they have been, I meet with them, I meet with the Association of General Contractors once a month, and just to put out concerns, and they've been ramping up their efforts to, create more crews, create more foremans, try to get outside companies in here from out of state to start bidding on the work. So they're absolutely working with us to make sure that we can accomplish our goal of 2023.
So Keith, on that note, do we not have local construction companies that may be eligible to receive the work? Are we not getting a bid from them?
So I believe it's a few things, council member. It's them having the bandwidth to be able to do the size projects, because even our smaller projects, you would think we'd have 15 bidders, because our concern was bonding, that they have a specific bonding capacity. So maybe bonding capacity is like credit to the contractor. So if the contractor can only bond for $1 million, then we potentially would be not allowing people to bid. So what we did to try to help mitigate this and encourage smaller contractors to do work is we put this small business, we call it the Joe Threat Small Business Set Aside. And what we do is we're putting packages together anywhere from 250,000 to 5 million to kind of accommodate some of these smaller companies who don't have the bonding capacity of these larger companies. Because honestly, even if we have a $2 million project, it's not that big of a road project, and we're still only getting about 4 or 5 bidders.
So more work needs to be done to address that.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason we started the industry day every quarter, and just to try to facilitate relationships, let these smaller contractors get to meet the bigger contractors. I think for us, it's start the relationships and the conversations and just keep them going.
And towing is under your department, right, Keith?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I know that we work with Enrico on a daily basis, particularly around abandoned cars. And would love to continue how we can speed up that relationship or speed up the pickup of a lot of the abandoned cars. Based on my estimate, that it takes an average, we had a car that actually sits off of Crowder in one of our busy area, Crowder and Morrison, for about at least a month until the car was towed. And so just trying to figure out how do we get a lot of these abandoned cars removed in our community. And I know that you guys are not putting them there. And so I get that fully. I just trying to make sure that we are utilizing our resources and treating every issues. And I know we get a lot of support from your department, but towing is something that we continue to struggle, Keith, and would love to continue to work that out, not just in the east, but also in the lower 9 as well.
So I would say if I had a department that took the hit with giving up vacancies, it would be towing. And unfortunately, now we added furloughs to it. So it's getting tougher. I'm just being honest. It's going to be tougher and tougher to accommodate. But as you send them to us, council member, we will absolutely jump on them.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Anybody else?
Councilman, can I add one thing?
Absolutely.
All right. Keith mentioned what the DPW folks did for our Southwest Louisiana neighbors at the convention center. And I want to really applaud his leadership and his team's leadership during this myriad of crises. Within the first day after Zeta, they had put up 200 plus stop signs at the down stoplights throughout our city, which I know if you were on the roads, you would have seen those. Just in a high number of stoplights that were out. That was kind of a new protocol. But also just a big shout out to Marcello Barbero, who's the chief of administration for DPW here, who within the first week of our first positive COVID diagnosis, Dr. Avegno said, wow, I wish I really had somebody who understood statistics to help. And Marcello has been running our COVID stats for the city since then. For Dr. Avegno. He is not an epidemiologist, but he is a statistical expert, and he's learned a ton about it and spent 16 years on submarines, so he can deal with anybody. And that team has done an incredible job through some really dire circumstances. So thanks, Councilman. I just wanted to give them a little shout out.
Yeah, Ramsey, thanks for that. And I think further your point now with Ada approaching, this is the 8th time Louisiana has been in the cone this year. And frankly, seeing the numbers that are increased on catch basin cleaning and on the linear pipe cleaning is incredibly encouraging, because I think there's been a lot of focus in particular on either people cleaning or DPW cleaning catch basins. And I know that was a core value that's been advanced, but obviously if that line is blocked, it doesn't matter. And so the fact that that's increased by 54% this year is some really good at paying attention to detail. And anecdotally, I will say, Keith, we get a lot of complaints, as you well know, and pass them along to you, and they're timely responded to. But in particular, before anything that approached, when we sent it to you or to somebody on your team, it was dealt with before the hurricane and the hurricanes, plural. And so I want to echo, Ramsey, what you're saying with how quickly, particularly with all of the exigent circumstances we've been under, DPW's been on this one.
Thank you, council member. We'll continue the same level of effort.
All right.
Council member Giarrusso.
Yes.
This is Joe Thread. Just to, kind of support and echo what Keith was talking about. Additionally, we've got, as you know, we have an in-house archaeological expert and historical preservation expert funded by FEMA. A lot of the delays you might see in these next waves of construction, for example, on Killdeer Street, we had our archaeological stop to where we had found some findings there. We have to actually go through FEMA, the State Historical Preservation Office, SHPO, and the Indian tribes to give them 24 to 48 hours to observe our finds that we take to UNO and clean and preserve the information. Not only that, with all our projects we have going on in the city, from the FEMA HMGP program, from the HUD NDR program, and with the FEMA JIRR program, a lot of those projects cross. When they cross, we have a federal duplication of benefits. So we have to stop, slow the EHP review to segregate those funding of those different federal funds before we continue. It's not saying that it's something that's happening in Councilwoman Wynn's district, but it's something that we may incur as we move forward with all our projects that are at 90, 100%, and JIRR projects that are moving pretty quickly. I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Joe. And I think sort of what Councilmember Wynn is saying is two things, one of which Keith addressed. One is, if we can do anything to contractually obligate people to move faster, let's do that. But then secondly, when there is a hiccup that happens because of bandwidth problem, because of the scope, because you hit something on Killdeer Street that's unexpected, letting people know is such a big thing. I see Keith and everybody's shaking their head. And I find people understand. I think, Ramsey, you've said this before, there's pain with progress, right? And so you're going to be inconvenienced. There's going to be things that are hard, but when it stretches out, just giving people a heads up, I know goes a long way, and we appreciate your efforts to do that too. Well, thank you, Councilmember Brissette, for handing me the controls during this presentation. I'm going to turn things back over to you. Thank you, everybody.
Councilmember, you're muted.
Thank you, Chairman Giarrusso, for taking the helm for view, and thank you to projects. Mr. Threat, Joe Threat, we want to wish you a happy birthday. Ramsey,
Hoorah, hoorah.
Ramsey said it was your birthday. I don't know if that was true or not. But the city hall is keeping you young. All right, next we will have the office of Mayor's Office of Utilities. Thank you all.
Councilman, we had a change to the schedule. They requested that we put utilities with the mayor's office on Thursday. So the next office is up is resilience and sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Harang. Next, we will have Office of Resilience and Sustainability, followed then by New Orleans Redevelopment Authority.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. I wanted to go ahead and start us off here really quickly. 2020 at a high level was really a year of transition for.
Identify yourself.
I'm sorry.
Identify yourself and department.
I'm sorry. I'm David Morris. I'm the city's Deputy Chief Resilience Officer with the Office of Resilience and Sustainability. 2020 for all of us was a year of transition, and that is certainly reflected with ORS. Part of it is just planned evolution of the office and its mission. Part of it is the demands, unexpected, that have been placed on us by the circumstances of the year. But I think that I speak for everyone associated with the office when I say that we're really proud of how the office has kind of risen to that occasion. When the office was created in 2015, it was through the lens of looking at resilience as something that really has to factor in both the chronic stressors that a community faces, as well as the acute shocks. I think we've spent a lot of time over the last 5 years really incubating policies, philosophies, and projects even that address many of the chronic stressors, especially on the environmental side, especially on the infrastructure side as it relates to how we manage stormwater and how we approach energy consumption and things like that. 2020 has been the year of acute shocks, without a doubt. And so, we have had to tap into that. We've had to tap into that piece of resilience and the mission of this office that has really taken a back seat to many of the other things that we have focused on over the lifespan of this office over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And actually, next slide as well. As you can see, as we've transitioned, we've actually lost some staff. And again, that is part of the natural evolution of the office. I think what you'll see is that the policies, projects, and philosophies that have incubated in the Office of Resilience and Sustainability over the last 5 years have really begun to take root exactly where we want them to take root, in some of the more traditional departments that are better equipped to actually bring some of these things from white paper to shovel-ready projects and to where they can actually make an impact for the city and for its residents. We've also had some staff that have moved on to other opportunities, whether it's grad school or other jobs, moving with family out of state. And that's happened during the middle of a hiring freeze. And so we have adjusted to carry the workload forward as we kind of adapt to our current reality. Next slide.
What's your current staff level? Is that of the organizational chart? Is it 3?
It's 3. Yes, sir. So I kind of started off talking about the year of acute shocks as you look at the resilience definition, and 2020 is when I think you've really seen the office lean into that. Very early in March, when we knew that COVID was knocking at the door, I had our staff kind of transition into a posture of making sure that we had as full a picture of the city, looking through the lens of the potential impacts of COVID as we possibly could. So very quickly, the ORS staff was able to compile and collate data relating to the rates of poverty in the city, relating to the rates of people with pre-existing conditions in the city, relating to economic data such as the percentage of people who work in the hospitality and tourism industry and other industries that we anticipated would really be heavily impacted by this virus and the ensuing shutdowns. And so that put the city in a position to react more quickly, more nimbly, as we began to apply for federal funding, as we began to work with nonprofit partners and the state to really make sure that we were putting together as much of a safety net as we possibly could for our folks. I would say internally, we also took a lead role working with the mayor's office, working with the chief administrative office and HR, working with ITI and the chief technology officer's office to be sure that we had a full and complete inventory. These are all things that were happening in the first week to 10 days of March, making sure we had a full and complete inventory of not just the software solutions available to the city, but the technological devices that we have available, working with our HR departments to make sure that there were policies in place that would allow for telework. And so that way we could provide for a certain level of continuity for city services. Again, all through the ethos, all through the lens of responding to the acute shocks that are thrown at you. And then as we kind of move through the pandemic, other opportunities for leadership on a much larger scale, national and international, in fact, came to be through the Office of Resilience and COVID Recovery Task Force. Mayor Cantrell was one of only 11 mayors on that panel, and one of only 2 mayors representing the United States. And then most recently, we took a lead role. I myself personally, I took a lead role in working with Entergy, working with the state, working with the clerk of criminal court to ensure that all of our polling places had power last Tuesday in the aftermath of Hurricane Zeta. Which, you know, I have to give a lot of credit to everyone involved, especially Entergy, and especially the clerk's office. There was a seamless line of communication, and we were able to, you know, through Entergy's efforts, make sure that those places were back on power. But more importantly, there was redundancy in place. There was actual resilience in place with backup generators and the like to make sure that everyone had access to the ballot last Tuesday for that federal election. Next slide, please. Before we move on to any of this, I also want to thank the City Council, especially Councilmember Moreno, for really kind of leaning in on that and making sure that that our collaboration with Entergy was as seamless as it could be. Other accomplishments in 2020, I think, kind of leaning back, you know, the work of the sustainability side of the house, of the chronic stressors side of the house, did not stop in the midst of all the acute shocks. We were also able to advance our position, working with the state, working with our regional partners, and making sure that you know, Region 8 here locally, and with Orleans Parish and our neighbors, are well positioned in the Louisiana Watershed Initiative. We've been involved heavily working with partners from around the globe through that C40 coalition to focus on more future-oriented efforts, especially through the Divest and Invest Declaration, basically positioning the city to begin divesting from fossil fuels and begin investing in more long-term, environmentally friendly, more long-term sustainable opportunities for return on that investment, both for the city, for our retirement program, et cetera. So we're working very closely with the CAO's office and with NOMERS on that effort. And then, of course, narrowing the focus a little bit and looking right here at home to our local community. working with the mayor's office, working with partners in the public sector, in the nonprofit sector, in the private sector, to launch the Solar for All program, which is, just a huge accomplishment. It's gonna yield massive dividends for people who are able to take advantage of it, because it's going to open the door to financing to invest in solar panels on your homes. And as we all know, New Orleans, with our aging housing stock and our extreme temperatures, especially in the summer, we are one of the highest energy burdened cities in the country. So to provide opportunities for people who live here to really take advantage of new technologies that will help them save money, that will help their families, and will also help us move where we know we need to be going to fight climate change is a big accomplishment. Next slide, please. Next slide. And in 2021, as we look toward where we're going, we're going to continue figuring out how we continue to advance the initiatives, working most closely with our partners, both within city government and within the New Orleans community. I mentioned the CAO's office. I mentioned NOMERS before, working to start transitioning the city, its investments into more sustainable futures, working on electric vehicle charging stations that we hope to, with the cooperation and collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Transportation and the Mayor's Office of Utilities, that we hope to see actually on the streets available for public use in 2023. The Solar for All program, which we just touched on, making sure that as many people as possible are aware of those opportunities and are taking advantage of them, that we're lowering any bars that exist at all, and opening those doors to people. Working with our partners over at Finance New Orleans, or formerly the Finance Authority of New Orleans, as they have really done a tremendous work over the last year and a half, transitioning their business model to really focusing on opportunities in the green and blue sectors, and increasing access to those opportunities for people in the New Orleans community.
Ms. Morris?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is one of a few of your guiding strategies from the beginning of the mission? What is the status of the climate action report commissioned by New Orleans? And specifically, can you give us what progress has been made and outreach has been done or will be done? And that goes to not only the climate action plan, but the plan on equity report.
Yes, so I'd be happy to. The climate action plan is we're actually in a period in which we are required to update it. And so we are working on that. We hope to have an updated report delivered by Q2 of this year. So that's in, of next year. So that's in progress right now. As it relates to the climate action equity report that we commissioned through our partners at the Greater New Orleans Foundation, we have recently applied for, again, in collaboration with GNOF, a People for Places grant that is really going to help us build out a more robust communications effort, a more robust effort, so that we can implement a lot of the findings of that report. And I think within the next quarter, by the end of Q1 2021, I think we'll be on a much clearer path to how we actually bring some of the recommendations of that report to fruition.
Can you touch on right quick what progress has been made on the climate action and equity report of the recommendations?
So to be honest with you, council member, it's been an effort to go out and find the funds that will allow us to really begin tackling those recommendations. And so that's what we've been focused on. That's what this grant that's referenced here, People Places, will allow us to do.
And
Ramsey?
if I can add one thing to the volume. Councilman, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just speak a little louder.
You bet. If I can add one thing, a big part of the transition of the Resilience Office was to make it more of a direct part of all of our government offices. So, when Councilwoman Moreno talks about energy efficiency upgrades, that's coming from the Department of Property Management, but that was not a priority, really, had it not come from the resilience side, which Greg Nichols worked really hard with. Now he's deputy director over there. We also have Mary Kincaid, who came from the Resilience Office and is now the chief of our green infrastructure project management team, along with Megan Williams and Erica Barr, et cetera. What we've really wanted to do is take resilience out of a unique specific office that is very policy oriented and put that into the operations of our government, thus the spending of the HMGP money, the better management of it, the dialoguing with C40. And I think when you see the updated climate action plan, it's going to be much more of an operational sort of approach than sort of a visionary direction. And that frankly is a very exciting time for our city at this point.
Thank you, Ramsey. Ms. Morris, you can continue.
Okay. I think we're ready for the next slide. So you can see this is going to catch some eyes, and I think, as we've already discussed, it's as much a function of the current circumstances that we're all having to deal with as it is the evolution of the office. I think some of the most significant drops you'll see here are really related to the expiration of one-time funds, grants that have been closed out over the last few years, and then I think if I could offer one clarifying item or one clarifying note on this slide, it would be that the significant drop in other operating is really not reflective of the impact to the general fund. That is really, again, a testament to the expiration of one-time dollars. The other operating general fund hit is really only about $4,000 as we've taken a 20% cut with everybody else. Last year, that number was just shy of $20,000. So as you see, I think one thing this is also a testament to is just how big a bang for the buck the Office of Resilience and Sustainability really is. I mean, for a mere $15,000, almost $16,000 to the general fund, I think you're really getting a lot of solid work that positions the city, not just for its citizens and for city government to take advantage of, current opportunities, but really looking forward into the future and helping determine where not only we want to go, but where we need to go as a society in order to fight things like climate change, in order to fight things like some of the other chronic stressors that more singularly focused New Orleans has faced over time.
Thank you, David. Council members, any questions?
No, but I just wanted to thank David for his work on getting all those polling locations up and ready. I know that was a yeoman's job, and I thought it was super impressive that they were all up. We did not need to use generators in that short amount of time. So David, thank you for your coordination and leadership on that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Jared, if I can add one last thing on this, and that is that, ORS really works as the sort of our research and development arm for infrastructure. They've done some great work, but also on the operational side. David Morris is sort of a man of all actions within our city government. He helped set up the city's mobile testing units for COVID. He's been on the ground at Hard Rock since that incident occurred alongside Miguel Vittieri from our capital projects team. And Entergy is just one example of that team's very nimble, high level thinking and then operational tactical use. So Thank you very much for Councilwoman Palmer for acknowledging that. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Ramsey. David, thank you. I say thank you, you and your team, you and your +2 for your work. We appreciate it, and we look forward to continue to work together through this budget process and seeing the goals of your department implemented next year.
Thank you, council member.
Next agency, we will have the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, NORA, and we, as I can see, are joined by its executive director, Ms. Brenda Breaux. Good morning.
Good morning, council member.
Ms. Breaux, you can begin when you're ready.
Yes, sir. First of all, good morning to you, council member, and the other members of the council. My name is Brenda Breaux. I'm executive director with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. We're here putting forth our 2021 budget proposal. Next slide, we'll talk about our overall mission, which is, it goes to the next one, the mission, which speaks to the Redevelopment Authority serving as a catalyst for the revitalization of the city, partnering in affordable and equitable strategic developments as we celebrate the city's neighborhoods and honor its traditions. The next slide will highlight the organizational chart of the agency, which will be followed by just an overview of the next slide, which will provide an overview of our departmental goals, accomplishments, departmental goals, budget summary, and our new initiatives. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin with our 2020 NORA accomplishments, which we divide in kind of our four major areas, one on residential development, the other followed by our work in commercial revitalization, land stewardship, and operations. The next slide provides for you our 2020 completed projects. You will see that it's a map of the city of New Orleans, and our projects are divided again in our three major business areas. The commercial revitalization is identified with red dots, with the land stewardship identified with the green dots, which includes our NORA Green and our work in the community adaptation program, and with the blue dot representing our residential development, which represents market rate development and affordable housing development. The next slide will just begin with our residential development. Next slide, which means we're going to be highlighting our work in the affordable housing arena. Many of the council members know, our work in the affordable housing arena has resulted in us providing housing for income qualified households, with us providing land, some development subsidies, some home buyer subsidies. For the 2019 through October 2020, we provided for 43 rental and home ownership opportunities that were completed. We do have a lot on the horizon that we'll be reporting on through next year, which we are very excited about, which will more than likely double that number in more instances. The next slides, which will provide for you just some of the work across the city. This is just some of the affordable housing opportunities. One beginning in the Lower Ninth Ward, followed by the next slide, which provides for our work in Gentilly Woods, again, working with our nonprofit and some for-profit partners in providing these housing opportunities. The next slide just indicates our work again in Fillmore, in the Fillmore area. Again, another project working with our development partners in that Fillmore area, followed by the next slide, which will just highlight the work again in the Lower Ninth Ward. I want to concentrate on this for a second, because this was work that we have currently underway, working with about 6 development partners in the Lower Ninth Ward, developing homeownership opportunities on Andrew Street. We made acquisitions of several other lots so that you could see some level of synergy. So somewhere between the 22 and the 2300 block of Andrew Street, you would see that that neighborhood and that block has changed completely, not only with this home ownership that we're providing concentrated in those 2 blocks, but also in the blocks preceding these 2 blocks all along Andrew Street. The next slide, please. This is some of our work that's in Mid-City. You would see this development on North Broad. It represents one of our development partners, Stephen Kennedy, working on North Broad as a double. The next slide, which provides, this is some of our rental housing development that was put forth with one of our development partners in the Lower Ninth Ward. The next slide just also provides further evidence of our work in the affordable housing arena in Gentilly Woods, followed by the next slide, which has, again, this is some rentals that is currently under construction. Again, this is some of the work that's on Andrew Street as you make the entrance coming off of North Claiborne. Again, a rental housing there. The next slide, which will provide for us just another house in Fillmore. We'll move on to the next slides. And the next slide, this is Lower Ninth Ward again. And then we'll move to our market rate housing. We provide for some market rate housing and supporting of that market rate housing and the development of transitional and strong markets through our public auction. I'm happy to say that we had our auction, which was a little bit later this year than it typically is. It was at the end of September. We successfully auctioned 140 properties across the city. We have a distribution of that that we can certainly share with the council. We had property in all of the councilmatic districts, all of which sold, beginning in the Fairgrounds, Holly Grove neighborhood, Central City, Gerttown, Berman, McDonaldville, in the Desire, Dillard, Fillmore, Florida area, Milneburg, Pines Village, also Holy Cross, Little Woods, Lower Ninth Ward, Plum Orchard, and Reed Boulevard, both east and west. And we can certainly provide that information to the council members. Next slide.
Yes, Brenda, on that note, what does that mean? If you could kind of walk us through, it's like once you guys sold it, so should we expect something to be happening in the next year, 2 years? So yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, council member. One of the requirements that we have with these properties that we sell at auctions is a requirement that you have to build a home on it. The requirement is that you have to build upon it going to the agreement within a year. Everybody automatically gets an additional 6 months. So we anticipate some of those houses to start coming up sometime next year. We have closings that have already taken place. We closed on 79 of those. In the event that individuals don't build within that time period, they start getting notices from NORA. We do have the ability to revert the property back to NORA for failure to develop and build the houses. We'd say we'd have about 75, 85% rate for completion within the first 24 to 30 months. So we'd anticipate that goes forward. We also work with our partners just to make certain those purchases, even when they buy them at the auction, that they're aware of whatever the current zoning and requirements are and all of those other regulations. So, and we've also capped the number of properties that any one entity can acquire. So we've capped that as to no more than 5 per entity. What we've found at this particular auction was that there was a very large increase in the number of individuals that not only participated in the buyer seminar, which in this stage of where we were was done virtually, but we also found that participation was across the city. We had a total of 287 different individuals participating in the auction on the actual date of the auction. So we're happy with the results that might
And Brenda, just on the same conversation about these property, so there's not a requirement that they have to build for home ownership or for rental, as long as they build a structure, a housing structure.
That's correct, Councilmember.
Okay.
All right, and this is an example of one of the houses that were built when someone bought a lot from Nora through an auction, and that's in Reed Boulevard West. And if you can flip to the next slide, you'll see that it's in the St. Anthony neighborhood where you'll see that. The next slide is a double that was built in the Upper Ninth Ward. Again, representative of what anyone can build on any of these lots. And certainly what it really reflects is those once vacant lots that were just mowed and maintained are now resulting in housing opportunities for individuals across the city. The next slide, which is in Pontchartrain Park, and highlights some of the work that individuals have been doing in Pontchartrain Park. And the next slide also provides for another house that was a new construction in Littlewoods. And then the next slide just reflects the other work that we're doing, and that was done as a result, again, of auction properties in the St. Roch neighborhood. I'd just like to highlight for us in the next slide, which is our cumulative work over the course of the past few years. In the next slide, which speaks to our residential development and the total impact. We went from between 2005 to 2020, where we are today. There are 2,891 properties that were returned to commerce. That is a reflection of both market rate and affordable housing. I'd also like to highlight some of our direct investment in affordable housing in the form of subsidies, development subsidies that stays in there, and home buyer subsidies. That ultimately leveraged about $100 million in affordable housing investment. And I'd also like to highlight when we provide land in the form of just 10% of the appraised value, there's a value of that over the course of the past several years. That's been reflected by $12.9 million in land subsidies for affordable housing development. I'd like to move on to the next slide, which really provides for some of our commercial revitalization work. If you recall, our commercial revitalization work is in the form of our commercial gap financing and our facade renew program. The next slide really provides for an overview of our facade renew storefront program, which supports facade improvements with a 3-to-1 matching grant on projects up to $50,000 for properties and the businesses that are along our designated corridors. And just some of the improvements that individuals are making includes painting, lighting, signage, window replacement, door restoration, security bar removal. I'd like to really highlight the work that in 2019, which was the first generation of the program, it concluded in a total of 39 completed projects that span across the city, Bayou Road, Gentilly Road, O.C. Haley, and St. Claude Avenue corridors. That spurred the start of our Facade Renew 2.0, which is now continued. It's along North Broad Street, St. Bernard Avenue, Basin Street, and the Alcee Forche, with the completion just in this year of 6 projects completed to date. The next slide will just highlight just a few of those completion projects. This is in Mid-City along our Broad corridor. You would see that work was done at the Crescent City Steakhouse. It was some restorative restoration work along the second floor with balconies, some changing some window treatment, and just cleaning up the exterior of that particular location. The next slide provides for another example of our work, again, along Broad, which was at the Broad Theater, which was painting, signage, and some storm mitigation, metal gates to help with some of the stormwater that sometimes gets at that location. And then followed by the next slide, you'll see the work in the 7th Ward neighborhood, but really on St. Bernard Avenue out at Chateau Chabot, which completed Salon and Spa, which was just most recently completed. We've got two more that we'd just like to highlight of our work along in the Facade Renew program. The next slide represents our work at 1400 North Broad in the 7th Ward neighborhood. Everyone who travels down Broad at Broad and Esplanade can certainly see this location. It's a pharmacy that has been in that community for a number of years. Followed by the next slide, which is Bayou St. John, which is at the corner of, this is location at the corner of Broad and Ursuline at the headquarters Beauty and Barber shop. What we've seen is that a lot of small businesses have really expressed interest and participated in this program. Not only do they get just the actual improvements to the site, they get the architectural and design services that typically would complement with drawings. That is something that they can utilize for their work. The next slide provides for the commercial revitalization, just a cumulative impact of all of our work. Year to date, we've developed about 687,000 square feet of commercial space. We have direct investment. We have invested $13.8 million, which was ultimately leveraged to $130 million, which resulted in approximately 1,000 jobs that were created based on the square footage of the developed space. The next slide we'll highlight is our land stewardship work. It's our work that we're doing in the greening with a concentration on focus. In the next slide on our community adaptation program, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority has really been the implementing agency for the city of New Orleans and implementing the stormwater management interventions on homeowners' properties in the Gentilly area through this community adaptation program. We serve as the city's implementer through the National Disaster Resilience Competition. The improvements on these particular locations include rain gardens, detention basins, permeable pavers, infiltration trenches. And since our last meeting, a presentation before the council, we were at the infancy of implementation, but I'm excited to say that to date, we have designed and construction has been completed on 79 of those projects. We anticipate on completing anywhere between 175 up to 200 projects in that program. We have several in various stages of design and construction currently underway. I'd just like to highlight on the next few slides some of the work that has taken place through this community adaptation program. At this site, we've got permeable pavers that were installed along with an infiltration system that is in place, followed by the next slide. You'll see rain barrels, which is one of the interventions that individuals can utilize at their site. You see a rain barrel that's really starred here with a little miniature rain garden that's on the side of that house. The next slide will have individuals with planter boxes, permeable pavers, and another infiltration system, and as well as a rain barrel that's right to the side of the house as you see there. The next slide just provides for where we are this is in the Dillard neighborhood. We're out throughout the entire Gentilly neighborhood. This is just the permeable pavers and a rain garden that's placed there. Followed by the next slide, which provides for our work again in the St. Anthony neighborhood. We have permeable pavers. We have an infiltration system that is here and a planter box that you would see as well. And then on the next two slides, we've got another homeowner, again, rain garden. Again, this is in the Milneburg neighborhood. Rain garden as well as permeable pavers. We've seen an increase in individuals' interest in putting in the permeable pavers, taking out some of the concrete that once existed there. All this in an effort to retain some of the stormwater on the property and to relieve some of the stormwater systems throughout the city. The next slide that we have is again a permeable pavement and the infiltration system, which is all we can see that's visible here on this one. They have a rain garden as well, but you can't see it on this from this photo, followed by the next slide, which is just our way of just highlighting at this location just a small rain garden and the trees that are being planted. But most importantly, what we have with this program is the education of the next generation of our green infrastructure leaders that will be working in this greening space. And the purpose of this is not only just to what we can retain on site, but also how do we can educate the rest of the community to do this and to do this in multiple times throughout the city. I'd like to highlight in the next slide that this program has garnered an EPA Region 6 award for outstanding green infrastructure and low impact development competition. And that was for the entire community adaptation program, followed by the next slide, which we also won the award for the People's Choice Award. It was the opportunity for individuals to be able to provide for their projects. There were several projects that were selected. This was one of 2 projects that made the runoff, but the winner at the end of the day was the Community Adaptation Program. Next slide.
Ms. Broke?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and want to give many thanks to you and your staff for the implementation of the Community Adaptation Program, learning how to live with water, incorporating on your personal residence has been many, of course, as you mentioned, people throughout the Pontchartrain Park Gentilly area have taken advantage of that. And of course, that's making us a more resilient community, neighborhoods, and less stress on our drainage system. Councilmember Banks has a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Banks. Thank you, Councilmember Wynn.
Hey, he's having an audio issue, guys.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting for Councilman Banks, can I just share something with Brenda really quick?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We are having issues here, which I truly get frustrated about. Let me apologize. Brenda, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And thank you for all that you do, but I do have just some questions. My biggest issue, or one of my biggest issues, is affordable housing. And while I'm grateful that there were 43 affordable units that have been developed between 2019 and 2020, it's 140 market rate. What can we do to get more affordable units built?
That's a good question, Councilmember Banks. What we're doing is I highlighted that we anticipate that between now and the next year that we make our budget presentation, that number would clearly more than have doubled. We've provided for lots for affordable housing development on the rental side, with them currently under construction in the lower 9th Ward. Of that, there's a total of about 54 that are currently under construction. In addition to that which is under construction, there was solicitation that we let out for additional housing development, whereby we're providing for land, just merely land, partnering with our other agency partners, with the city's Office of Community Development, and also with the Finance Authority. The other piece that we are doing is that we started the implementation of this same program for affordable housing development in the Pontchartrain Park neighborhood. We made an award just recently at our board to do that as well. In addition to that, one of the items that I've noted before that I will be coming up and presenting in new initiatives is that we've got a gap financing product that we're making available for development of affordable housing if individuals are working with our finance authority and developing developing rental along some of our major corridors. In addition to that, I've also have one that I'm coming up that I will show up, but that we will discuss during our new initiatives, is a site on the corner of North Claiborne and St. Bernard Avenue that we have acquired that we will be going full forth on the first quarter of next year on developing more affordable housing opportunities. We're continuing to work with our partners, and wherever we can find either provide land and or some subsidy to help further those development opportunities, we are doing just that. That's the crux of our major portion of our work that we do here at the Redevelopment Authority.
And Brenda, how do you determine how much of the land mass and how much of the resources that you all have that you allocate to affordable and to market rate? What's the determination as to why one can be or one is bigger than the other?
Sometimes it depends upon one, whether or not it's a strong market. If it's a strong market, in those instances, all we need to provide is land to further those development opportunities, because there's an opportunity for individuals to be able to provide that. I'd also like to highlight is that when we sell land, pure land at our auctions, all of those proceeds go into our affordable housing and our commercial revitalization program. So every nickel that we earn is put right back into other programs. When we look at other markets where we have that are transitional markets, or markets that are weaker markets, it's in those markets that we know that we not only need to provide land, we need to provide subsidy as well. We've seen that with the marriage of land and subsidy and the coordination of our work with the city's Office of Community Development, that's where really the bang, we get the bang for our bucks in the work that we're doing. That real coordination has been critical, and we have found that to be very fruitful in what we are doing.
And I appreciate that, but I want to make sure I'm clear. Could we get more affordable housing if we just dedicated the land for affordable housing, as opposed to having some of it sold at market rate and then using the proceeds for affordable housing? Because I understand when you talk about the market, but the fact is we've got a tremendous need. So market rate is handling its own. The question is, how can we warp drive affordable?
The way that we warp drive affordable is that we've got to put more subsidies into it. In those instances, that subsidy can be in the form of, we provide subsidies in the form of land. What you need is more development subsidy, so that would help that subsidy to write down the actual cost of what it would cost for someone, affordable home ownership opportunities, or for someone to get into that home. It requires both, council member, both land and some subsidy.
Well, I'd like to discuss this further with you offline, because I mean, I appreciate the work that you all do, but I know for sure we have an absolutely critical affordable housing crisis in this city that is getting worse. And while we can, I mean, I'm happy that we were able to get 43 affordable units in Commerce. We could probably use 43,000 more. So I want to sit with you to be able to figure out whatever we can do to help enhance that. In addition to, I know land is a big part. If you have a place to build it, you can't put it. But whatever else we need to do to find the subsidies or to work with whoever we need to work with to get the construction subsidies, or even the mortgage assistance for the people to be able to buy them. And affordable housing should not be looked at just as rental housing. The quickest path to financial stability in these United States of America is home ownership. So we ought to be looking at what we can do to create more homeowners out of those working families to have their families stable for generations.
Absolutely, council member. We couldn't agree with you more. That is one of the things. That's why the crux of our programs, particularly with our Orleans Housing Investment Program, we're in about our 5th generation of that program. And that's housing opportunities for home ownership in markets that are transitional, in markets that are stronger markets, whereby we see the need for housing, but to get individuals into those neighborhoods. That has been one of the things that we have been pushing, continue to push. We'll continue to do so and look forward to having that opportunity to figure out how we can crack this up.
And I'm glad you touched on that, because one of the things that I think some people are losing in today's world, New Orleans was built on neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods had a mixture of high income, middle income, and low income. There is no more, there is no city that is more adept to having integration amongst economics than New Orleans has been. And this idea that affordable housing is not supposed to be in certain neighborhoods is a true falsehood. Affordable housing ought to be anywhere in this city where it can be and where it has traditionally been. And I think all of us need to be working to that end. We do not need to have concentrations of low income. That causes all other kind of properties. We have all other kind of problems. We have had traditionally, the Garden District was 2 blocks from Central City, across the street from Central City. Some of the richest and some of the poorest right next to each other, and it worked. And I think that's what we need to be making sure that we do not lose. Affordable housing needs to be everywhere.
We agree with you totally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done. I don't know what's wrong with my computer, but I apologize.
Thank you. No apologies needed. Thank you, Councilmember.
It's gonna be okay, Jay. It's gonna be okay, Jay. Thank you, Councilman Banks, for those comments. And Brenda, thank you so much for presenting today. One other thing before I go into my question is that I just want to thank Nora for working with us, particularly in the Lower 9 area. I know you and I have spent quite a number of Zoom meetings throughout the past few months, particularly making sure that we're addressing many of the overgrown lots and how do we partner with different groups and getting homes built in the Low 9. And I know it's moving. I know that both you and I wanted to move really, really fast. And but I think it's moving at a pace where we definitely are seeing some hope, and we'll continue that work. And again, whatever my office can do, please continue to let us know as well. You know, the amount of time that you and I have spoken and discussed about different programs, I didn't know about your community adaptation program. So I'm sitting here saying, what? It's like, how come I didn't know about this program? And so I've actually just sent you an email saying, hey, we need to sit down and because I'm listening to you around the work that you're doing in District D, and I think it's awesome. We do have certain neighborhoods that, like around Brownlee Court and Curran, that we've been trying to figure out why do they constantly flood and trying to bring some resources in. But just wanted to kind of share that I think it's great because we do have pockets of neighborhood that that floods just on a regular rainy day, and giving them some and so I guess my question is that what does the program consist of? Does it consist of homeowners coming in and paying some of the costs, or does Nora come in and help assist with some of that cost in reference to different stormwater management strategies?
Okay, that program, the Community Adaptation Program, is funded through the National Disaster Resilience Grant that the city received. As part of that grant, the area of concentration that is in the Gentilly neighborhood. It's in the broader Gentilly neighborhood. That program provides for a grant of up to $25,000 for a low to moderate income person, and includes a landscape design services to design that with a property owner. What we have seen is that there are several other programs that we've referred individuals to, like the Backyard Initiative, whereby if individuals want to make those small scale interventions, there is a grant program that they can obtain through that. What we've also done, council member, is in your district, more specifically on some of the Nora-owned lots, particularly in the New Orleans East area and some in the lower Ninth Ward, where we've turned what once was a vacant lot with the grass is being mowed, is that we have in turn planted trees. We've created a small pocket park that is maintained by Nora. We put in rain gardens at those locations. So if there are other locations in your district, we can certainly identify those that on property that Nora owns that make sense for us to make some of those interventions.
Got it. So it was through the city. So which department is that? Because I definitely will send an email.
It was a grant. It's a grant. It was the National Disaster Resilience Grant that the city of New Orleans received. It was designated particularly for the Gentilly and neighborhood. So it was a federal grant.
I'll do my research. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. All right, I'll just quickly go through the next slide, which just gives our operations, and the next slide, which provides our total, just a snapshot overview of all of the properties that have been sold in our inventory. It amounts to about 4,600 properties, of which you can see the breakdown at the bottom right, which provides for the number of affordable housing that was developed as a result of that. Then which was 916, then about 2,000 market rate. Now that includes auction properties, but it also includes properties for adjacent property owners who might have bought through the auction. We also still have the Lot Next Door program, which is still viable for lots that are still available. And we have 80 alternative land use properties. That's why we make greening and other properties that Nora own and make green space out of them. The next slide just provides for the balance of the. Go ahead.
Ms. Brown, Councilmember Palmer has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda. I'm glad you stopped on this slide. Could you explain real quick when you say 685 available versus 839 planned? Is that planned to be auctioned, or is 685 planned to be auctioned?
No, that 600, thank you for that clarity. The 685 is available. That's available for Lot Next Door. That's available for any individual. The 839 that's planned, it includes Lot Next Door based on expressions of interest, executed purchase agreements we have. That's other ones are for available that we have already allocated for future affordable housing development, and the balance of those is stormwater mitigation. So for instance, we've got 45 of those properties that are allocated for the stormwater intervention project, working with the city through the hazard mitigation program.
Great. And then when you talk about the 80 that are for alternative land use projects, how are you determining those 80?
The 80 that we've already have are stuff that we already have complete. We have some that are with leases with nonprofits or neighborhood associations that are ultimately going to acquire. The others are Nora-owned lots that we have interventions on. I know we have multiple interventions on Nora-owned lots throughout the city in each of the councilmatic districts. So that's what we're referring to, the alternative land use.
Okay, great. And then but there is a process to determine, and like, do you have future determinations for more alternative land use?
Oh, yes, we do, as a matter of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're working with the water management plan that exists for the East Bank? Is that what makes the determination?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that y'all have definitely been working with like Ramsey's outfit to make sure that that the projects actually help when it comes to our green infrastructure.
Absolutely, council member. We won't make a move without having that coordination. That's why I highlighted some of those properties that we've made available through hazard mitigation and working with Ramsey's group. In addition to that, as we talked about some of the other lots that we're looking at for 2021, we are coordinating all of that work with this office.
Great, and I got to tell you, I'm just loving those slides on the individual homeowners and that greening program you have. Nickels make dollars. And if we're really going to really have a handle on green infrastructure and long-term sustainability, we have to look from within. And I just think everybody needs to participate. And so it's really exciting to see those slides. So I just want to thank you for that. In terms of Councilmember Banks' questions, I have to agree with you. And I think when it comes to these properties, when you put them on auction right now, we have issues with the cost of building to cost of building, right? And I think everyone is seeing that go up substantially. Lumber costs are going up, construction costs are going up. That's happening because of obviously a lot of the weather events that we're seeing, as well as the fires out in California. And so, it's very different. I really believe that the only way we can, not the only way, but the main way we can get more affordable units is through subsidies given to individuals for purchasing. So I'm going to be really interested when OCD comes to the table that we can talk about what they're going to be able to provide so that when you're getting units on the marketplace, that we can get them into affordable housing units and into individuals' hands. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Oh, well, no, it's a coordinated effort. Absolutely. What we have seen, to be quite frank with you, Councilmember, in this post-COVID environment, and we have seen an increase not only in the need for rental housing opportunities, we've also seen an increase of interest and individuals purchasing homes. And some of the purchasing...
low interest. And I don't think anybody anticipated that post-COVID that the market would bounce back. But I really believe it's because of these historically low interest rates. And so my question is, how can we get, to me, this is an opportunity to create more homeownership opportunities, especially in the African-American community, that we lost such a large percentage of homeownership post-K.
Oh, I agree with you. This is the ripe opportunity. The interest rates are at 3.2. We've seen more people coming in. We've had a property that we just put up on the market. As a matter of fact, a former AHPP house that we had, and as we lease those and the lease terminates, we put them up for sale. That house stayed on the market for about 3 weeks. And it was sold. It's in the lower Ninth Ward, and we're hoping to close on that in the next few days. Our other development partners have seen an increase of interest of individuals wanting to buy their homes. And those new homes that we're building on Andrew Street, we're getting purchase agreements in from them left and right. So there is an interest out there. And how we subsidize that is that clearly Nora has the land, and we can provide that land at with a discount for the subsidy. So that helps to write down the development costs. We also recognize that the market as well, there needs to be some development subsidy, as you indicated, based on increased construction costs that are well beyond all of our control right now. But all of that needs to be written down and write down the cost of the subsidy and the development subsidy that stays in the home. That's the critical piece that we've got to continue to fund and find other ways to fund.
No, I agree with you 100%. Use this time to try to create more homeownership opportunities through folks in New Orleans. And I also just want to say, I hope everybody takes a minute to look at that 1524 number, because I remember in 2010, it was probably 10 times that we were dealing with. So it's actually refreshing to only see that as your current property inventory. So. And then the only thing I'd like to follow up with, I'm super excited about the project on Claiborne and St. Bernard. And do we have a timeline for that, Brenda?
No, we had a timeline. We had a meeting scheduled. It was our second community meeting scheduled for the 18th or 17th of March. I can't recall which of the dates. We had to shut it down because we didn't have any facilities. So what we're rolling out and we'll be rolling out at the first of next year will be a definitive timeline, more community outreach. We've got to do it a little differently. We're having a board retreat on tomorrow, and we're going to finalize some of that in our discussion with our board on tomorrow. As soon as we get more definitive dates, we're going to coordinate with your office an Office of Community Engagement to make certain that we've got all the right players and we've touched them. We started even having some one-on-one meeting with small subsets of community groups. We have not gotten any pushback on the desire to see something develop there. And we've got one other piece that I will highlight in my new initiatives that we're hoping to close on in the next 30 to 45 days, which will lock us all into every parcel right at that corner. It was that last little piece that we needed. I'm excited as well. I gotta tell you, council member.
I am too. I just would like at the table if we could have capital projects or DPW, because I really believe that we have to look at the streetscape and redesign the street from North Rampart to Claiborne, because I think we have to look at having protected bike lanes. I know there's already one there, but I just think we have to pay attention to that corridor, because it's super important for a transportation link, and to have affordable housing right there. It's going to be really exciting. So anyway, that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you very much, Brenda, for your work. I truly appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. And Ms. Bro, to the point of what we are discussing is affordability. One of my concerns within that is about can NORA expand the access, who has access to these programs, especially for home ownership. And I'm not talking about expansion. If we had all the money in the world, of course we could enlarge a program, but I'm talking about most importantly, the who. Does the programs consider the COLA, cost of living adjustment, when you are soliciting interested individuals in participating in in the program? I think we just have this antiquated system where you have people, many people from young to middle age that are struggling with student loan debt, who are carrying that weight day in and day out, and the cost of living here in the city is astronomical. But they don't qualify for any of the affordable housing programs, and even though they can't afford to live in the city. So I just think that we need affordable housing, of course, for all, and really need to reevaluate the how many people are we possibly leaving out of these programs. Have you done any other analysis on something like that?
We haven't done any detailed analysis that we'd have concrete data. We can share with you, what we've seen. One is that clearly the need has increased. The affordability range that we service for individuals is at 80% and can go up to 120% of AMI based on the programs that we have. All of it is kind of a HUD subsidized funding, of the generation of that program income was from that. So that's what we're really maxed with. What we've done is work with our state partners to allow us to go up to the 120%. Typically in these programs, you're capped at 80%. We can go up to 120% of AMI if they can prove any connection with the actual storm event, which we've helped individuals to be able to do that. I recognize that the gap, there is a portion of individuals who might exceed that 120% of AMI that, in some instances would be 140% of AMI. So to the extent that there are other sources of funding that are non-federal that can help service that, I think that's where that gap can be met. So you've got certain financing tools that you can make available utilizing some of the CDBG or other federal funded programs. Ours can pick up to 120%. And there's another gap that is above that 120% that could be up to 140%, that there should be some other funding source that is non-federal that to help service that.
Thank you for that. And I see one of the goals for 2021 is reducing your current property inventory. Of this 1,524 on the slide we are on now, how much of that is affordable versus market rate?
It's not evaluated, it's not based on market rate versus affordable. It's really based on where the location of the properties are. So we've got properties scattered, still a large number of properties in District E, both in the Lower Ninth Ward and in New Orleans East. We still have some properties, a large number yet still in Gentilly. So I would say those are the three areas that we have, and that's the greater Gentilly area. What I'm referring to when I say Gentilly is that's where we have it. So we don't have them allocated based on affordable or non-affordable. This is just where the inventory is on the map.
All right, and this property inventory, how many of these are, if they are auctioned?
The 600 and we don't have them broken down. This is just what we have. What I'm saying is that the 839 that I've indicated of that 1524, we have plans for lot next door, affordable housing, stormwater management. The other 685 is what we have that's hasn't been allocated for a program and could be made available either through anybody who wants to express interest, who might be adjacent property owner. If there are other uses for that, that has not been determined. Now, you know, one of our goals at council member is that every year we work toward disposing of an excess of 10% of our remaining inventory, and be that through our RFPs, through affordable housing programs, and or through auction, and or through lot next door. So as Councilmember Palmer mentioned, that number was a much larger number, perhaps even 3 years ago. We have dwindled that down so that at a minimum 10% of our inventory every year goes towards some disposition, so that our inventory is ultimately reducing itself. Again, with the proceeds that we receive from that goes back into our other housing development programs.
Great, thank you. You can continue. I know you have a few more slides to get to.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I'll go to the next slide, which just really talks about our cumulative impact of 309 million. We'll go to the next slide, which gives our NORA goals. The next slide, again, as indicated previously, we want to increase the supply of affordable housing throughout the city. That means making property and financing tools available through the development of affordable rental and homeownership housing. Support commercial revitalization, again, with our facade program and with the remaining funds for our commercial gap program, expansion of the green infrastructure program, which means not only just our CAP program, but in other instances on NORA-owned property. We want to leverage our investment, which means utilizing NORA property to link and provide with link with private sector financing for residential and commercial development. And what we see that big leverage investment on our part is not only just as we invest into development projects, but when we lead development projects similar to that, which we'll be putting forth at the corner of St. Bernard and North Claiborne. And the other thing, as I mentioned just previously, is to reduce our property inventory, recognizing that we continue to do that over the course of the coming years. The next slide, which really just highlights our NORA request. The next slide indicates the specifics, the 2020 approved budget, which had the personal services, other operating, and what our total is. That totaled in 2020, which is 22 million. And then in 2021, the request is just for the 21 million, 21.5. So you can see that reduction. And the other operating expenses is really our continued investment in our projects and work that we're doing. The next slide provides for what our revenue is. This is a detailed breakdown of all of our programs and all of our funding. Again, it's all grant funded through our commercial corridors, our disaster resilience funding. That's for the implementation of the CAP program, our annual CDBG allocation, the road, our land assembly, our Orleans Housing Investment Program, which is our housing development program for developing homeownership opportunities, strategic acquisition, which was the program that was used to acquire the land on St. Bernard and North Claiborne, our Facade Renew 2.0, our construction lending, our neighborhood stabilization, which is the remnants of was left over for our NSP2 program, our hazard mitigation grant program working with the city, the Forward Foundation funding, which we have, which will be invested in our project along North Claiborne and St. Bernard Avenue, and our Affordable Gap financing, which is the tool that we're using to provide for gap financing for affordable housing development along some of our commercial corridors. And when individuals are using NORA land, marrying that with individuals that are getting the 4% tax credits working through Finance New Orleans. Next slide.
Ms.
Yes.
Back to previous slide. Can you give us just an overview of how the Facade Renew program and what are your intentions as to have commercial corridors take advantage of that specific program that has done, I know, a very impactful in District D. What do you talk, Bayou Road?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. With Facade Renew 2.0, we've expanded that program. We've taken it along St. Bernard Avenue. We've expanded it. It's gone down Broad. We're now working in the Alcee Forshey corridor. We're going down Basin. What we've seen is a renewed interest in the program. We are going to go out with one more round of marketing. If you recall, we started Facade Renew 1.0, which resulted in 39 different businesses that were transformed on the exterior. We recognize the importance of having these grant funds for individuals, businesses to make those additions or make those changes to spruce up their business and to further invest in their business with a 3-to-1 ratio. We provide up to $37,500, and that's all grant funded. We have seen an increase in that. Our board just approved the first award for a facade grant, or 2 awards for facade grant on the Alcee Forshey corridor. We're working with our partners at the New Orleans Business Alliance to make certain that as they go out and market and talk about their programs, that they have this and know that it's available as well. So we're excited about that. And in addition to that, we're talking about potential expansion of that facade program to Algiers along the General Maya corridor. We've got some more study work to do to determine which of the particular nodes that we're going to be working in. But we recognize with that amount of money, businesses are wanting to further invest in themselves. So we're continually excited about the implementation of that program. Let me go to the next slide. And then the 2021 NORA initiative, new initiative. Next slide. All right, the details about this one is that we're excited about this particular project that we're anticipating on our partner closing at the end of this year. We're highlighting that it's 1800 Gonzaga, which is the former Vaucanson Creole, the former Vaucanson location. The owner is going to revamp that building, and it's going to be the Vaucanson Creole Cafe, and it will also include 2 affordable housing units up on the 2nd floor. We've been working with our partners at Crescent City Land Trust, along with the owners, Vance Vaucanson, to be able to bring that project to fruition. It has been a labor of love from every one of our partners who are working to see this come. So hopefully before the end of the year, we'll be able to tell you, council member, we closed on that. And so the next one is the one that I've been lifting up, which is the St. Bernard and North Claiborne development. If you see on the map, all of the area that's in gold is the property that Nora owns. There's the larger site, which has the address of 1431 St. Bernard Avenue, which we envision to be the first phase of that development work. And if you go to the very corner of North Claiborne and St. Bernard, where you see the little patch of white space there, that's the portion of the site that we're anticipating on closing before the end of this year. And when that closes, we would have garnered and owned all of that space at St. Bernard and North Claiborne that's available. I'd like to highlight something that the council member said and that we think that was critical in our role in acquiring that site. It's its location and adjacency to the French quarters, the need for more housing opportunities in that neighborhood, recognizing that that neighborhood had been changing over the course of the past few years, and to the extent that the redevelopment authority can play a pivotal role, and what we develop and build on that site is very important to us. Hence why we went forth with making that acquisition. It was one of the major acquisitions that the redevelopment authority has made. In addition to that, that it made out in Gentilly, the former Walmart site. But we are excited about seeing that project move forward with not only just some rental housing, some home ownership housing, some economic development, really standing up that work and what we stand for as the redevelopment authority. The next slide provides for some additional new initiatives that we'll be putting forth. I mentioned the affordable gap rental financing piece that we are making available for projects that are working with Finance New Orleans that are getting 4% low-income housing tax credits. We recognize that there's a gap in the market as to what those projects need close. So we're gonna be making available some funding for that. Our Resilient Homes program, one is that we're wanting to model resilient housing in the Gentilly neighborhood so that we can have our own showcase and identify some of the materials and stormwater intervention, energy efficiency, all of those on 2 lots, building from the ground up, and put into place some of the other fortified energy items. The other piece is moving forth with the New Orleans East Affordable Housing Homeownership solicitation. This is really in the form of our Orleans Housing Investment Program. While we've had some housing opportunities and created some in New Orleans East, this one will be concentrated particularly in the East that will select the sites. The other piece that I'm really excited about is the small business micro lending program. What we're envisioning that is a forgivable loan up to about $25,000. We recognize that in this post-COVID environment, there will be a number of vacancies that will be created in businesses along some of those corridors. We're proposing to have this as a forgivable loan up $25,000, targeting where the individuals are targeting our corridors, working in our corridors where they're low to moderate income areas. That will be the focal point of that. We're designating that along our existing commercial corridors, but again, recognizing that there will likely be some vacancies that will take place, and to whatever role we can do and work in that arena, we'll do that. We're working with our partners at New Orleans Business Alliance to do that. And then a continuation of our commercial corridor technical assistance program. We're working with our Main Street organizations we're working with Algiers Main Street, MQVN, OC Haley, Merchants and Business Association. We're working with the St. Bernard Merchants and Business Association, Ujima, and the Broad Community Connection, working along Bayou Road and providing them with technical assistance grant program. That's the end of my presentation for the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, and am available to answer any questions that any of the council members might have.
Thank you, Ms. Bro. Seeing no questions, we appreciate you presenting this morning to us, and a lot of great work Nora's doing throughout the city of New Orleans relative to affordable housing. And we look forward to having more of affordable housing. We look forward to working with you throughout this budget process, and thank you again for you and your team's leadership in our city.
Thank you very much, council members. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Next, we will have the Department of Parks and Parkways, followed by the Department of Sanitation.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. McDonald.
Just wait for the presentation to upload and we'll get started. I'm going to turn my camera off while I do the presentation, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. And while we wait for your presentation to be uploaded, just want to give a great deal of gratitude and thanks to you and your leadership and Department of Parks and Parkways, your team, through our latest tropical endeavor of Hurricane Zeta, and the amount of tree debris that you all had to attend to, down branches, physical whole trees, and I just want to say we saw you in the streets, and I'm sure the citizens of New Orleans are very grateful at the monumental task that you all had before you, and y'all succeeded well in removing the debris from the thoroughfares, the sidewalks, between the median, between the sidewalk and the curb, and just want to say, we notice it, and of course, all of us working together is how we get through those type of situations, and your team was at the forefront.
Thank you so much, council member. And sanitation and DPW were also very supportive in that effort of the initial clearing. Thank you. I am honored to work with the men and women at Parkways. So I will go ahead and get started. Page 3. The mission of the Department of Parks and Parkways is to efficiently and effectively manage, develop, beautify, preserve, and protect approximately 2,000 acres of public green space. This includes neutral grounds, parks, historic sites, playgrounds, a golf course, and all of the public trees. Our vision is to build stronger partnerships. We kind of talked about that at the opening. Working with the private sector and also our fellow city agencies is the only way that we can make this department run. We want to make sure that we continue to provide a strong, responsive team with the resources that they need. And that proved important over the past few weeks dealing with Hurricane Zeta. We continue to research and implement cost-saving techniques for land management and enhancement, and build our strong urban forestry program. Next slide. Our organization is built starting at the top, the director, but I could not do it with all of these various divisions underneath. Operations is by far our largest division within the department because of grounds maintenance, the forestry division, our golf course, and our greenhouse. Next slide. Our core functions is basically a little internal report card that we do monthly here at Parkways. We track the number of acres mowed, tree debris, the open tree trims that need to occur, open removals, our turnover between hirings and resignations. And this year we started tracking man hours lost due to absenteeism. A lot of that had to do with COVID. It was virtually impossible for 98% of our department to work virtually. What we do and the services we provide cannot be done remotely. But I did notice that many of the men and women that are part of our field personnel, forestry, grounds maintenance, greenhouse, parks crews, missed a lot of days. And obviously it's because they were afraid. We did not have an outbreak of any kind of transmission of the virus here at Parkways. We are diligent every morning checking temperatures. We've been doing that since March. We also give masks to our employees upon demand. We sanitize every piece of equipment every evening, every truck. So we provide hand sanitizer for our crews. So we have been very lucky making sure that our work and our personnel remain healthy throughout this event, and we will continue that. Slide number 7. Our 2020 accomplishments include the greenhouse. Finally, our greenhouse is completed. We are just working with the PDU on getting our content money available so that we can start putting more plant material and some of the other functions in. But that is a heavy lift, and thanks to capital projects and the FEMA funds that they helped so that we could bring that back online. It's going to be a major savings as we are able to grow plant material that we put out on the public green space, but it'll also be a great learning tool working with the LSU Ag Center and some of the city park planters and gardeners. We hope to invite them into our greenhouse once it's completely online. Our Joseph Bartholomew Walking Trail, working with NORDC and the CPA, the Capital Projects Administration, has been completed. And we also reinvested into the Joseph Bartholomew Golf Course and Clubhouse. That was open several years ago, but the fund money that we generate from the golf course, we are consistently reinvesting that back into that building. So it looks just as beautiful as it looked when it opened over 5 years ago. And that was a $105,000 investment. Our planning and design division working with city, state, we can go to the next slide. Our planning and design division working with city, state, and federal partners have reviewed over 405 permit plans. That includes private property development that goes through the City Planning Administration, DPW projects, Army Corps of Engineer projects. And we review those plans because we want to make sure that the tree canopy that may be impacted by the projects, and also making sure that they follow the CZO to plant trees on redevelopment and restoration of various features in our city. A part of the mayor's initiatives has been the Mayor's Cleanup NOLA. We mowed 5,244 acres of grass, and we've handled 428 tree work orders as part of this initiative, and removed 1,700 illegal signs. We continue to have our stormwater management test garden here at Parkways. We are constantly monitoring it, installing new plant materials. It's a perfect place for us to study what works and what may not work as the city is moving toward numerous stormwater management projects citywide. Next slide. Year to date, we have planted 914 trees working with our partners Soul Sustaining Our Urban Landscape and NOLA Tree Project. We've got a big tree planting this weekend, working with Soul in the Gentilly neighborhood. We'll plant 240 trees and on people's property and also on the right of way. And working with these partners has been a tremendous help as we continue to increase the inventory of our trees. And all of that is important to stormwater management. Our citywide tree inventory continues to be important to us. And post Zeta, we will definitely be updating it and looking at some of the trees that we lost as a part of the storm and some of the trees that were trimmed. So this is not just a one-time deal with the tree inventory. It is something that we monitor and add and subtract on the daily basis. We also worked with the Warehouse Music Venue via a CEA with a $125,000 monument that was fully funded by that partner. We have done improvements to our Algiers. We can go to the next slide. We've done improvements to our Algiers maintenance satellite, working with capital projects, $235,000 investment in Armstrong Park with the pumps and the fountains and some bridge repairs, capital improvements in Brechtel Park, in addition to capital improvements in Jackson Square. We continue to work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on all of their drainage projects and making sure that the trees planted on these particular spaces are sustainable and meet our standards. The next slide. Washington Square, we've got an investment going in. Last year, we put in a new play structure, and this year we'll be investing about $62,000 in repairs to that historic fence, in addition to some repairs for the small utility shed. Parkway Partners dissolved last year, and part of their closeout was to donate their remaining $40,000 funds so that we can do an improvement on Broad Street. We've removed some of the trees that had met maturation, some of the Bradford pears, and we'll be planting 52 trees on Broad Street. And that project was kind of pushed back because of Zeta, but we're right now grounding some of the stumps that remain. And then in the next few weeks, we'll be going in to refresh it with new trees. So that is something we're really excited about. The Pontchartrain Park Orchard continues to be important to us. We've lost some trees, but we'll also be replacing. And that was also a test pilot project where we planted some fruit trees that we weren't quite sure about, but we wanted to see how they would survive in our particular horticultural zone. And we've had some real success stories, and the neighbors really do enjoy it. And they are welcome to all the fruit that is a product of that orchard. The next slide. So the next phase of our tree inventory is a partnership with Quantum Spatial and Soul and Baton Rouge Green. Baton Rouge Green is going to supply a grant so that we can do a more extensive tree inventory, not just public trees, but an assessment of private trees using LiDAR industry imagery. They were very surprised that the City of New Orleans Parks and Parkways had such an extensive tree inventory. They said no other city in the state has it. So they wanted to invest in our project so that we can look at down the road tree protection on private trees, not crepe myrtles, but live oaks. We've lost a lot of trees in our community because citizens are removing trees off of their private property. This is still in the early stages. City planning is looking into this, but this is part of why we're going to do this analysis so that we can see just what's out there as it relates to private property. And again, these large mature trees are very important as it relates to stormwater management. They can absorb thousands of gallons of water. Our tree inventory will occur again this year, working with NOLA Tree Project. We plan to give 1,000 trees away on December 5th here at Parks and Parkways. That is always very successful, and people stand in line for a long time in order to get in here and get a tree. We continue to work with the Hellis Foundation and extend our Poydras corridor. We continue to recycle tree debris. I'm not sure what happened to the presentation, but it looks as though it's down. There we are. We're on page 13. Thank you. The tree debris, we continue to mulch and chip our trees, and we share with some of our nonprofit partners and give them mulch for some of their planting projects. We continue to work with the Green Infrastructure Initiative, working with NORA, DPW, City Planning, and Sewage and Water Board. And we have been very, very involved in the review of all the plans for the blue-green corridors in addition to the Mirabel Water Garden. We can go to 14. One of the things we do, we try to track our volunteer hours working with our nonprofit partners. And so far at the end of the third quarter of this year, we had 8,000 hours working with volunteers. And if we paid them the hourly rate of a laborer, it would be about $91,000 in services. And these private-public partnerships are essential, especially as we look at the budget challenges that we have moving forward. Now, our events went down significantly this year as a result of COVID. Last year in 2019, we hosted 410 events at various parks and parkways locations. This year it went down a great deal, and that's because we are not able to have events as a result of the COVID situation. So that will limit our ability to use Planetary Trust funds for planting initiatives in 2021. Slide 16. Our 2021 goals are continue to cross-train our grounds maintenance crews. That proved very successful for Zeta. When grounds maintenance crews have to move into storm response, having them trained on a chainsaw, a bucket truck is very important. So all of these crews do a lot more than simply cut grass. Bringing our greenhouse online and working with the Louisiana Master Gardener Program is something that we look forward to in 2021. We've hired a new landscape horticulturalist, in addition to Kelly being an arborist, to be a part of our greenhouse as it opens. Making sure that we have someone in there that understands the biology of plants and the care of plants is very important to success of the amount of plant material that we plan to grow in that greenhouse. And we will continue to update our tree inventory and our urban canopy analysis, working with various partners. 17. One of the initiatives we're looking forward to is to continue to grow our tree planting installation. We're looking at probably 700 trees lost as a result of Zeta. We know that we probably won't be able to plant them all in 2021, but we want to continue to track where these trees were lost and make sure that we replace trees as they are lost in our community. We want to continue to build on our tree inventory, again, by tracking removals and replacing, and continue to develop our arboretum that we have here at Parks and Parkways, where we have planted over 70 trees, some of them unique to our community, to look at their growth habit and determine if these are things that we would like to plant on neutral grounds, parks, or right-of-ways. Slide 19. Working with the CAO's office, they looked at our budgeting, and through the zero-based budgeting analysis, looked at our support services and our core functions. They also looked at our historical spending, slide 20. And the spending for 2020 goes through the third quarter. And it may look off because it's not, we don't consider the fourth quarter spending that's to come. And they broke it up by service, how our spending is trending. And obviously grounds maintenance is one of the largest spending trends because that's where we have the bulk of our personnel. Our public green space maintenance is another analysis that the zero-based budgeting area investigated. That's slide number 21. Slide number 23 is our actual budget for 2021. You can move to slide 23. Thank you. We have a variance of $1.1 million. The bulk of that is due to furloughs and the 10% pay reduction for unclassified employees and attrition by not filling some of the vacant positions. The other cut, about $200,000, will impact our contractual funding, and that will be split either between grounds maintenance and forestry contractors. The revenue that we bring in for Brechtel Park, this is something that's included every year. That's slide number 24. And we hope that we can, have more events in Brechtel Park in 2021 compared to 2020. The beauty of us managing open green spaces, we were still able to host some small events, especially weddings in Jackson Square. So we were still able to provide a service. And honestly, in the early days of COVID, our parks were utilized a great deal because there were spaces where people could go and gather safely. And that completes my presentation, and I am happy to take questions. Go to slide 25 and keep it there. That's perfect. So thank you so much, and open to taking questions.
Thank you, Ms. McDonough. Just one question. As the tree trimming services that your department provides to the city, how well, well, I guess two questions. How well you coordinate with our utilities, different utilities, as it relates to cutting of those tree trimming, getting those hedges away from, branches away from the particular wires. I ask that because I know that even though we are on the end cusp of hurricane season, knock on wood, we are shielded from any further threats. How is your department handling the, I would define it as a cumbersome task to try to distinguish which wire is which?
So our urban foresters work directly with Entergy Vegetation. We have quarterly meetings with them during non-hurricane season. And then once we get into the season, those conversations can be weekly, if not daily. Entergy is responsible because it is a special linesman that can trim around a transmission line. So they are responsible for trimming around their power lines. They follow the Parks and Parkways specs. We do not allow them to beat trees out. There is a 4-foot tunnel that they are allowed to cut around the trees so that they do not damage or compromise the structure of these canopies. So we work very, very closely with Entergy Vegetation as it relates to power line clearance.
Is it 4 foot or 6?
4 feet, they can do a 4-foot tunnel around the power line. And of course, it depends on the tree and the way the growth habit of the canopy. Obviously, for a cypress tree, there is no way to trim You have to literally top it. And that's why, and I'm glad you asked that question, because that's why it's very important when citizens want to plant a tree in front of their house, that they work with us on a tree planting permit. Because a lot of times you look at a space and you've seen a cypress or a pine tree, and you think, oh, this is a perfect tree for us to plant. And then it ends up, no, it's not, because as the tree matures, there is really no way to trim that. So there are appropriate trees that you can plant when there is infrastructure involved, be a power line, a storm drain, something like that. And so that's why we have the tree giveaways, and that's why we work very closely with citizens. If they call, we are more than happy to go out, look at the space, provide suggestions on the type of trees for the location that they're wanting to plant.
Well, thank you for explaining that, Ann. It really helps. Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Ann, how are you?
How are you today?
I'm doing well. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you guys have been doing, particularly with the aftermath of Hurricane Zeta. I know that my district got hit pretty bad with trees, and I know that you guys are still working to remove those debrisement on the median, and I know it's being stacked right there. Can you give me some ideas in reference to how much more time? Because I know we're still getting calls in reference to when are all these, all the debrisement from Zeta is going to be removed from the median, particularly fallen trees.
So we had 709 calls for service as a result of Zeta or Zeta, I'm not quite sure how we pronounce it. 669 of those inspections have been handled. We still have 40, and keep in mind, some of the calls for service came in late. We still are getting calls for service. And we have cut and stacked over 350 locations, and the contractor has 28. Now, as it relates to the debris, we're working closely with sanitation debris contractors. I know that Cynthia and Matt will be on next. They manage the actual removal of the debris. We work closely with them, providing them locations where we know we have either pushed a tree, cut and stacked a tree, where there are leaners and hangers. And we had a call this morning at 7 with the debris contractors, and Cynthia is pushing. What they're doing now is going through the various zones, looking at and clearing leaners and hangers, and then post inspecting those zones, their debris removal crews will be in. But I know that Cynthia will be able to provide more details, but that is something, we have a call with the debris contractors every morning since the event.
I bet.
Make sure that we are all on the same page and monitoring. So very soon you'll get listings of various streets that have been cleared. But we wanted to allow citizens an opportunity to clear their yards, and their debris, so that could be placed on the curb, and the contractors would not have to do multiple passes. They're going to do one pass. And so working with the community, we wanted to make sure all of their debris was out so that it could be removed during that single pass.
Yeah, and I think because of the unknown of Hurricane ETA being out there, I think a lot of people are very nervous.
Yes.
If there was still debrisement on their street, and then not knowing what's going to happen with ETA. So in either case, thank you for that. You mentioned that you guys do give out trees, and I think that's great. Do you guys also help resident, and I think you kind of indirectly mentioned that through hoping that they'll do like a tree planting permit. Do you guys also help residents to understand where to plant trees? Because what we get, and then when I get it, I give it to you in reference to trees that are planted by private owner who plant their tree either close to a fence, or the tree got bigger, now is intervening onto their neighbor fence, and it creates conflict in that neighborhood. So I guess if there's education around, helping many of our homeowners to know where to plant, and then also to envision how big this tree is going to get, so that way it doesn't create nuisance for their neighbors.
Yes, we do our best to do that. The citizens do approach us and we give suggestions on the type of tree and especially the growth habit, because what you mentioned, a person will look at a tree in a 5-gallon or 10-gallon pot and they cannot picture how fast that tree will grow. Live oaks don't grow quite as fast, but Drake elms, cypress trees, pine trees, you know, within the first 5 years, that tree has gone from a sampling to a very large tree. Another resource is the LSU Ag Center website. It will give a list of native trees, and it also goes into detail about the growth habit of the tree, meaning how wide the canopy will be. Will it be 40 feet wide at maturation? Will it be 20 feet wide? How far to plant the trees apart? That is a wonderful tool by citizens, the LSU Ag Center website. It also gives you information on annuals, perennials, but the tree information is very valuable.
And one last thing I wanted to ask, you mentioned that you guys also provide mulch to different community projects. So do you guys have a machine that you guys shred the trees or the vegetation and convert it into mulch?
Yes, when we go out and do a major tree trim or removal, we try to chip as much of the wood as possible, and we have a mulch pile. Obviously, we don't have the resources to do this on a large scale, but working with NOLA Tree Project and Soul, and we've also worked with some of the schools where they, this is not mulch that I would recommend that you use at a schoolyard or something like that. We're able to, if they have an area where it's real muddy and they're having challenges with turf growing, we can supply mulch for that. But again, it's on the first come, first serve, and when available. You know, we don't always have it. We've supplied it to Rashida Ferdinand at Sankofa, trucks and trucks of mulch to her organization over the years. I know that's in your district at Sankofa. So we try to, as we get it, we will hold it for those groups that we know need it, and it's on the first come, first served basis when available.
So you guys don't shred vegetation to convert it into mulch?
Well, yes, it's tree trimming.
Okay. Do you open up for a donation from the community? Like if I was going to clean up a lot in the lower 9 and I got buku of vegetation, and
we do not have the resources to do that. That chipped wood is when our guys are out trimming a tree, they shoot that through the chipper while on site. We do not have enough chippers or the resources to take in vegetation, but the New Orleans composting site may be able to do that. I know they're located on Old Gentilly Road, and they do take grass clippings and those kinds of things from private citizens for the composting that they do.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. That's good. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Wynn. Any more questions from colleagues?
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair, but I do have a comment.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you. Every time we email PPW, even if it's not an answer that necessarily the constituent wants to hear, Parks and Parkway is incredibly responsive. I know that it's not the largest department inside City Hall, but you always seem to do more with less. And so I just want you to know how appreciative I am, my staff, and our constituents are for not only the communication, but also the speediness with which the services are delivered. So thank you so much for everything. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I will make sure to share that with the staff. And we know we work for the citizens of New Orleans. All of them are our bosses, so to speak. So we try our best to be responsive because we're citizens here too. We live in New Orleans. What happens here impacts our lives as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Councilmember Giarrusso says, and you and your department do a great job. And especially when you add all these events that we have on top of each other and they disproportionately affect your department. I do want to say thank you. And it also is what, it breaks my heart when I have to see that your budget is cut as well. You know, and we all know the situation we're in, but I do wonder if, you know, like if you look at the citywide, the green infrastructure improvements, they have, for bond money, they have $1.8 million. Are you able to also partner with that money and assist with those projects in your department?
Most of that money is for the actual installation and the building. There's very little money, part of that for maintenance. I know that Ramsey and his team are working on a bond issue that would allow some of that money to be freed up. I see he's popped up on the screen. Maybe he can.
It's weird. It's almost like he's been listening or something.
Yes, making sure I don't
Sometimes I do. Councilman Palmer, in particular, the millage vote on the December 5th ballot is to consolidate the two existing millages into one infrastructure. And what we're sort of thinking is to set something like 20 to 30% of that to maintain green infrastructure. The good side that we have on is the first year or 2 years upon delivery of the project, it is on the capital contractor to provide maintenance for it, to ensure that these things flourish. So we have a little less pressure to maintain it now, thankfully. But that is in part what we're thinking for that portion, for a discrete portion of that new millage. Not new millage, but you know what I mean, the rededicated.
No, I know what you mean. Great, because, you know, I have to say too, and also when we look at other projects, like Ann partnered with NOLA Tree Project, and they supplemented the neutral grounds on Landry and Whitney, which I thank y'all very much. And, you know, it was such an impact. And we have a lot of other neutral grounds like that in Algiers that need now supplement, not the whole thing planted, but supplementally, just like Ann, you did on that other boulevard. It would be great to see more neutral ground projects occur like that.
You have a project coming up December 5th with Soul, where they will be planting, I think, 220 trees in the Algiers neighborhood in Algiers. Newton Street.
Right, and that's going to bring us, y'all, to almost 1,000 trees in Old Algiers we've been planting with Soul for the past 5 years. And I got to tell you, it works. And that's been our little Algiers way of trying to get green infrastructure projects in Algiers, but it's been great. And that leads me to, you know, this last tree planting season, we did the pilot opt-out program. And that was hugely successful in getting entire streets planted. And I know that was a pilot program, and I really hope that that can be duplicated throughout the city. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it started in Atlanta. It's kind of modeled after what they do in Atlanta. So we can go in and plant an entire street between the sidewalk and the street. And a homeowner can say no, that they can opt out, as opposed to normally the way it is like you have to go to every single house and ask somebody if they want a tree. And this saves a lot of time and effort. And it also allows us to do entire streets at one time, which helps really with that green infrastructure and with the impact.
Yes, that will continue.
Great, thank you so much. And Ramsey, while I have you here, this is the second question I have for Ann. It's kind of for both of you. My concern too for Parks and Parkway is adequate vehicle and equipment. And I know the bond money we had set aside, right? Y'all did it so you had flexibility for equipment and vehicles and maintenance. Is this department going to be able, if they need some, be able to access that as well?
Yes, and EMD already has the request. So, and it's not just for parkways on the non, I call it badge, but the non-fire, police, et cetera, parkways, sanitation, and DPW need vehicles. And that is included in there. I just simply said 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, whether it's, you know, public safety or not. And I think it's important to point out what Parkways does is public safety. And I cannot talk more about what a real, frankly, joy it's been working with Ann and learning from Ann, and always being able to rely on her team, Parkways, working well with sanitation, with DPW. I think Hurricane Zeta just shows how critical those folks are to our city when we have an event like this. And we hadn't had wind like this for a long time, so there was a lot of dying and decayed tree branches that, you know, we would be in a mobile city right now if Ann's team weren't as responsive as they are. So thank you so much for saying what you said about Parkways.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. They're definitely part of the public safety team, and not just for the immediacy when we have events, but also for long term, to keep the city safe when we talk about water management and our environment, to make this a livable city too, and the air to be better for our future generations. So let's see, I had another one too. We brought up the tree inventory, and great work on that. I know we're working with the City Planning Commission to talk more about beefing up a tree ordinance. One of the things I'm really interested in is creating a fund where if somebody cuts down a tree and they need to replace it, you know, caliper per caliper, we have a vehicle also to find them and go into a fund for more trees. That's something that I know we're all working with, and I'm assuming CPC is coordinating with you as well on that ordinance.
Yes, they
okay,
are.
Great.
Also included the Office of Resiliency on that as well.
Great. And last thing. Oh, Brechtel Park. I saw that you had a slide there for the revenues that are generated just from the entry fee. How much does it cost to staff? What are the expenses to staff the Brechtel Park entrance?
Reduced the staffing in Brechtel out of necessity over the years. We used to have pre-Katrina dedicated staff in Brechtel. We haven't had that in over 15 years. And the security is just placed on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So the only staffing that we have in Brechtel are on the weekends. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. when they open and close. I can provide you an exact personnel cost for those 3 days if necessary.
Okay, I guess you know where I'm going with this. You know that people at Algiers don't like that with the entrance fee there. So I'm just bringing that up once again.
It's an inconvenience fee, and we've kind of discussed it. Years and years
right,
ago,
I know.
Ride through, and so it's kind of like a bump in the road, literally. So that we can, because it's such a vast space, it's 130 acres. A lot of it is natural and not developed. We've got to try to keep a conscious eye on who all's in there. We've had issues where folks have gone in and they kind of hide out, and then they're locked in the park. We've got to call the police. So having that there keeps down. We don't want to discourage park visitors. But we have to keep the folks that are coming in and out of the space because of the size of it and the makeup of it.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Council Member.
Thank you for your service, Ann.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Seeing no other questions, Ms. McDonald, I think we are through with your presentation. We appreciate you and all the service and leadership that you provide in your team on a daily basis here in our city, and thank you all again for your work. Look to continuing this process as we discuss the 2021 budget.
Thank you, and I want to publicly thank the men and women of this department that I have been able to stand on their shoulders for many, many years. And there is no better department in my book than Parks and Parkways, and that's because of the people that work here. I'm just the face, but there are a group of people that are truly dedicated public servants. So thank you.
That they are. You talk like you leaving or going somewhere, and you parkways forever.
Yeah, in a way, yes. Thank you, council member.
Here is this.
I am retiring. Yes.
No, here is this. No, I'm talking about that parkways. No, you can't retire. That's not. It's not possible. You're too young to retire.
Your aging dog years in city government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you. Next, we will have the Department of Sanitation, Ms. Cynthia Sylvain Lear.
Good morning, everyone. I am Cynthia Sylvain Lear. I will open that. All right. Thank you all for being here today. And certainly I am very pleased to present the 2021 city budget for the Department of Sanitation. Also speaking on this will be Matt Torrey. He's the Deputy Director for the Department of Sanitation. And so moving forward with our mission and vision for the department, you would move to slide 3. Thank you. And our mission is to provide solid waste services to the residents of the city of New Orleans. And of course, through the collection, disposal, and recycling of materials in a manner that's safe, efficient, and environmentally sound and cost effective. What's very important to us is the enforcement of state, federal, and local laws. Very important from the standpoint that we want to do everything that we can to discourage illegal dumping and littering, and as well as to provide public education on litter abatement, recycling, and solid waste issues. And our vision certainly follows the mission that we have with the goal of a cleaner and safer New Orleans. Moving to the next slide, the Department of Sanitation consists of its administrative office in City Hall, but as well as our enforcement, which is located there. We have at this time 4 sanitation rangers who go throughout the city. They're the ones who are speaking to businesses. They are doing a number of enforcement actions and doing warnings, and in some cases, issuing some citations to tire shops. We have our field operations where our laborers and our equipment operators and supervisors located on Elysian Fields, which is also where our transfer station is located. Those are the persons who are out there 7 days a week, rain or shine, hot or cold, and they are removing litter, removing illegal dumping, providing recycling services to citizens of New Orleans. Next slide, please. And one more after that, so we can move on to page 6. Thank you. And through that process this year, with operations with approximately 44 full-time equivalents, we have cleaned over 6,000 miles of litter throughout New Orleans streets, over 1,600 sites for our illegal dumping, over 34,000 waste tires, and over 6,000 banded signs. We service over 1,900 public litter cans in various schedules, but almost all of them, certainly every week or multiple times a week. We've deployed 63 litter cans, and we have removed graffiti or pressure washed over 365 of those litter cans. And in some cases, they've been refurbished or repainted, all of those kinds of things in the effort to provide those services to the city. And in the pictures, certainly of grave concern and talking about the safety of New Orleans. The illegal dumping is definitely a threat to our environment and to the public health of citizens from the standpoint that the tires and the dumping can harbor rodents. And we then have that threat of West Nile and Zika. We continue to work, and as we talk through the next few slides, slide number 7, with some additional accomplishments. There are other activities that we do to help clean up NOLA. We're very proud of our mechanical street sweeping and flushing, and we continue to do just thousands of miles this year. So far in September, we've done over 10,000 miles. And from the standpoint since 2012, we've done 93,000 miles. So this is every year, 7 days a week again, that we are doing various areas of the city, including a number of the overpasses. We have contracted for graffiti removal with Empire, and they have made tremendous progress in keeping graffiti off public litter cans and public utility boxes in the French quarters. And we've even expanded that periodically to Frenchman Street, and it makes a difference. It makes a tremendous difference, even though persons will retag those items. Visually, it makes a difference. For special events, certainly 2020 with COVID has changed where we are in terms of what is permissible. But we did do Mardi Gras this year, and again, finished the cleanup in record time. The joint encampment cleanups are held with NOPD, the health department, as well as Unity, and they are led and scheduled by the health department. Even though we've had only 9 major cleanup events, know that the Department of Sanitation does clean up around homeless encampments in some areas on a daily basis. We remove debris where it's safe to do so, but it is an ongoing process. And certainly 2020 has been one for the record books. In terms of the number of events that have brought heavy rain to our city, even though the rest of the city may not have been impacted in large ways, we generally are working in Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine area due to the types of debris that covers their roadway. And I know in the presentation by Ann, there was discussion about hurricane, this last event that we had, and know that we are working with all the departments to remove debris. The debris contractor started on November the 6th, and in terms of removing debris brought out by the citizens, they started on November the 3rd, assisting with the removal of hazardous limbs from trees. And so to date, they've removed 2,337 hazardous limbs, 9 hazardous trees, and over 2,700 cubic yards of greenways. As Ann mentioned, this is not a quick process. We are very, very much aware and concerned about the changing weather in our city. And we are working with the contractors to continue to ramp up and bring in more trucks and more crews to pick up the debris as quickly as possible. But we do ask for the patience of all the citizens, and again, making sure that they get their debris to the curb if they haven't done so, and if the crews have not already passed their streets. We are trying to do this in one pass per street. As mentioned, they are doing the tree work first. The hauling crews will remove the debris from residents, and then in that pass, remove the debris, the cut and stacks that Ann mentioned, and the other debris associated with this event only. Residents cannot bring out anything that was not damaged as a result of this event. We are under FEMA guidelines, and so there are real strict rules. This debris removal process does not extend to any commercial businesses. and it does not extend, what is not eligible is debris if a resident hires a contractor to remove a tree or do construction work, then that debris under FEMA guidelines is not eligible. Under community service, certainly with COVID, that number has been reduced drastically over the years. It's gone down because of changes in the system, but we have had 168 hours utilized from that standpoint. Going to the next slide. Recycling, very near and dear to my heart. It is something that we restarted in 2010 with the recycling drop-off and have expanded in 2011 to curbside recycling. So this is just for 2020. Over 2,000 carts have been delivered. And at the recycling drop-off, we've had 13 events. We recycle about 15 buildings, but there are about a dozen more that are part of the contracts for curbside where they use carts, and so they also are eligible and recycle through our collection contractors. We held our household hazardous materials collection day on October 24th. We had over 902 vehicles. That's our highest number yet. And certainly citizens responded by bringing lots of paint and chemicals, e-waste, light bulbs, batteries, all of those things that should never be placed in regular garbage or recycling containers. And we have done everything that we could to recycle as many of those items. And if they could not be recycled, they will at least be disposed of in an appropriate manner. For all of these efforts related to recycling, we've diverted over 4,687 tons. And this year's savings is about $146,000. Do know that since we started this, we have saved over $2.3 million due to recycling. There is a cost for recycling in the contracts for collection, and there is a cost for the carts, but the environmental impacts are significant and important. Our enforcement rangers have conducted over 1,961 inspections. That includes 151 tire shops. A lot of the illegal dumping, and certainly with those numbers of tires, are generated from tire shops. We've worked with LDEQ and NOPD, and of course the Real-Time Crime Center, in identifying persons who have been illegally dumping throughout our city. The next line notes that the dumping cameras have identified persons where NOPD has issued 5 warrants and 9 summons. This isn't the entire story on the enforcement. We reported previously that persons have been arrested and they have gone to criminal court. We have 2 cases still working through criminal court, additional persons who have been identified. Very important for people to know that this is a serious crime and it is going to be treated in a manner that reflects the threat to our community. Persons who do not want to follow the guidelines of the state and the city will be identified, and we'll continue to do that. Our department manages over $34 million in contracts. It's a short line item, but a very large task. We work continuously to communicate with the contractors, to look at the complaints from the citizens, to make adjustments in this process. We urge all citizens to call 311 and report if there is a miscollection before that occurs. Well, if collections do not occur by 8 p.m., contractors have until 8 p.m. on the scheduled day of collection to remove debris. If that does not occur, we want citizens to call 311. Very important. That gives us a tracking mechanism for the work that's done or not done. And we do use that in terms of the reviews that we do. Regulatory compliance is a critical function of this department, a function that generally is unseen unless there is a problem. And the good news is that we have done the job necessary to ensure that we do the reporting of the emergency debris sites, the landfills, our waste truck tire permits, and certainly compliance with the requirements of MS4. Really important from the standpoint as we move to the next slide of our goals for 2021. We are very much aware of the impact that COVID has had on the resources of the city. And we continue to work with everyone to be innovative and creative so that we can continue the mission of this department within the constraints of the budget. So our departmental goals continue to be to deliver the core services in an efficient and comprehensive manner, to increase the effectiveness of enforcement to deter violators. Through the capital budget, we'll be able to install 100 new public litter cans that we urge citizens to utilize. Very, very distressing when we are cleaning what we call hotspots. So in addition to the persons who are manually removing litter, we have a roving crew when resources allow that is cleaning up litter around bus stops, say at Broad and Tulane and Broad and Canal, just as examples, where there are often 2 public litter cans, but there's debris around the litter cans and the litter cans are not full. It's going to take everyone to clean up New Orleans. Very, very important that we install additional public litter cans and continue to educate the public and our visitors that that is where their litter should go. That's in line with expanding public education campaigns. We've done numerous press releases through the department, even educating businesses that say, gee, I don't have space for a dumpster, or I don't have space for public litter cans or litter cans for my business. We have stressed to them that there are ways that they can do that. They can install compaction equipment in their businesses to reduce the volume of debris that they need to put curbside. It's unacceptable that a business that is receiving revenues repeatedly puts out debris that attracts rodents, that may be broken into by even transients. Very important that businesses look at the investment needed to help us clean up the city. And of course, what is very, very important at this time, as Ann mentioned, we do have daily calls with our emergency debris contractors. We have annual meetings. We actually have many more calls and emails throughout the day to talk to the contractors about expectations in our city. Very important that they move as quickly as possible in a safe way. We do not want to obstruct traffic, but in some cases, we ask, again, patience from citizens that if they see the large trucks that are working in our neighborhoods, that if they can do an alternate route, that they do so. Safety is very important, especially when persons are in bucket trucks working to remove debris or remove hanging limbs. Our partnerships are critical. Partnerships with Sewage and Water Board, the Green Project, Keep New Orleans Beautiful, Young Leadership Council, just to name a few. Part of Household Hazardous Waste Day strategy is that we separate out usable, reusable latex paint and some reusable white or black enamel for pickup by residents and artists and nonprofits after the event. This last weather event has delayed that part of the project, but it's designed not only to offer resources to the community, but also to save the cost of this event. And we continue to do so. We have lots of partners, the Capital Area Corporate Recycling Council, that takes a lot of our e-waste, not all of it, at no cost and refurbishes that material. Those are all of those things that we do and continue to do. Moving on to the next slide, page 12. I've talked a lot already about our core services. So on page 12, we have basically a summary of that. Page 12 on the slide, please. Thank you. And we've talked about all of those. What's key and critical is that our department is a department of persons. Again, we have great contractor support, but very, very important that people realize it is that core number of persons in the office and in the field who do a tremendous amount of work. And to support the operations, there is a lot of fiscal and procurement management. We do contracts every day. We are either checking them, reviewing them, renewing them, creating them, but it's very important that that process go on a daily basis. And of course, we have our facilities. Mainly, it's our campus on Elysian Fields. There's a lot of work that's done. We are very proud of the maintenance and of course, in partnership with property management. We keep a lot of data and statistics, very important for our regulatory reporting and also for us to manage the work that we do. We know how many trips we take to the landfill and basically, and the average load per trip, all of those things to ensure that we are efficient. Year to date, we've done 407 trips and the average weight is 6.71 tons. But know that in 2010, we did 736 trips and the average load was 1.43 tons. So that varies depending upon the type of waste that we are moving, but it's important. Working with EMD on our fleet, as mentioned before, without the equipment to pick up illegal dumping or to pick up the garbage from public litter cans, we are not functioning. So there's a lot of communication with EMD. And of course, the communications and compliance. The remaining slides will be presented by Matt Torrey. Thank you. Moving to slide 13.
So as previously stated, the Department of Sanitation is very much aware of the dire financial state of the city heading into 2021. You see here our proposed 2021 budget with significant reductions to both personnel and other operating. On our personal services side, of course, sanitation is participating in the city's furlough program, trying to work those in as best as possible to not directly interrupt our core service delivery across our operations. And we also, and heading into 2021, won't be filling any of the currently vacant positions across our operations or administrative staff. On our other operating side, we have a reduction in Mardi Gras and special event costs, given the current COVID climate atmosphere and the way events are happening throughout the city. And we're working with the CAO and budget team on reduction in contractual obligations as part of 2021.
Matt, can I ask you a question about that? So I totally get trying to keep all the costs down as much as you possibly can. And obviously everybody's looking towards outsiders who provide services either to or on behalf of the city to do their part. In doing this, can we still expect the same quality of service? I think that's one of the main things here. It's one thing that I can't hire a marketing person or a lawyer to do something, but sanitation is something that's so core and essential a function of city government.
Sure, Councilmember. I think in everything that we do consistently, we always strive to deliver the same service. So we're not proposing to reduce any levels of service and services that we will deliver, but we certainly can expect the manner, the frequency in which those services are delivered to be affected by these very significant budget cuts. Turnaround times, for example, on how quickly we can remove illegal dumping, how quickly we remove tires, how many times we can visit thoroughfares to remove litter. The cadence there certainly will be impacted by reductions in sanitation personnel for all of those things. We will always continue to take great pride in the work that we do and strive to provide that level of service that the city has become accustomed to. But I think no one can expect that we'll be able to continue to meet the volume of delivery that we had prior to this proposed budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes perfect sense. The idea that you're not going to be able to turn around, particularly those emergency functions, as quickly as possible, and people do things they're not supposed to do. But I'm just meant sort of the day to day, in terms of just normal trash pickup and making sure that that as ordinary customary service is expected, that will continue. All right, thank you.
Next slide, please. On our 2021 projected revenue slide for sanitation here, you see we have projected revenue holding steady for our Gentilly landfill royalty. So the city of New Orleans owns the Gentilly landfill. We have a third-party operator who manages that site for the Department of Sanitation, and the city is paid a royalty based on tipping fees that happens there. The one thing that will not happen in 2021 will be the public opening of the Elysian Fields transfer station. So the transfer station continues to be operational for city departments and agencies. The city uses that transfer station on a daily basis to drop debris so that we aren't making the long round trip to either River Birch or Gentilly landfill based on where crews are working. It's an invaluable asset to us from an efficiency perspective, but there are significant costs that go along both from a staffing and an operational perspective to opening that facility to the public, and that is not in the cards for 2021. So you see a reduction in projected revenue that won't happen in 2021 because of that. I think that is our last slide, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Matt and Cynthia. I saw Councilmember Nguyen pop up. I wasn't sure if she had a question.
Thank you, Councilman Giroux. So yeah, was multitasking today. I don't have a question, but I also wanted to have, I wanted to take this opportunity and just say, thank you, Cynthia, Matt. You guys entertain a lot of stuff from District E. You know, and I really appreciate you being patient with us. We do have a lot of illegal dumping sites in District E, very unfortunately, but I know that you guys do everything we can. I just want to express my appreciation and to know that we, you know, I'm willing to entertain just about anything just to address the illegal dumping. And I know you guys also want to do that as well. And so thank you so much for your team for working with us, not just on a day-to-day basis, but also helping to clean up after, you know, when we have a disaster. So I really appreciate all the effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Joe. Cynthia, can you, and maybe you talked about it, and I apologize if I missed it. Can you talk about the shredding and if that can be expanded at the, I think it's what, twice a year now?
Council member, right now shredding is at 3 times a year. Iron Mountain earlier this year basically said, we can't do what we did in the past for you at no cost. And so basically where we are is any additional days is at a cost. And so we have our next day, or our last shredding event for this year is on Saturday, November 14th. And in fact, we're working on our press release for that to go out. It's the budget constraint. And just to be very clear and honest, we would not be able to pay for anything beyond what they are able to offer at no cost at this point.
What do you have an idea what the cost is? You have that? I mean, if you don't have it, you can get it to me later. I'm just curious. I think
it's $800 an event.
It's how much?
It is $800 for every additional event.
So $800, and again, we might be able to, let me talk to you offline. $800 is something that I think we might be able to find from maybe even private sources. That service is something that I think is immeasurable. I've been there and have seen the lines, and I think our citizens really appreciate it. So I thought it was a little bit more than that, but let me talk to you offline, and we might be able to put together some private funding to be able to offer that. Because again, if anybody has not been, you ought to come and see it. It's a great service, and people line up, and I haven't been yet where it has not had, looks like full capacity. I've been there when the truck got full and had to leave. So I will talk to you later to see what we can do about that.
And thank you, Council Member, for allowing us to do a plug for our event. And certainly we dress to persons come when the event opens at 8, because we generally do max out the truck generally about noon before the 1 p.m. ending time. Persons can bring up to 50 pounds of paper, and please check our website for those events. But I do want to say we are also, and we've done it in the past without any success, we really want to look at sponsors for Household Hazardous Waste Day and for even some of the drop-off events. Because although CACRC takes a number of e-waste at no cost, there are other, like the televisions that persons have, the big box televisions and some other things that they will not take that we do pay LEI to remove, as well as batteries and light bulbs. So we would like to continue offering a lot of services. There are other municipalities who have had more success in getting sponsors for things like their household hazardous waste days. And those things, again, are household hazardous waste. And so would love to talk to you all offline about that. Thank you.
Cynthia, I definitely want to continue that discussion also. I mean, I don't know what the dollar amount is. I just had a vision in my mind that it was infinitely more than $800. So something like that. If this is along the same line, I think for the goodwill that we garner and for the safety that we offer. I mean, this is a time when identity theft is raging, and giving people the opportunity to shred all their personal documents is one thing, but also getting rid of that waste that we have difficulty disposing of helps not only the environment, but helps us as a city. So yeah, let's definitely talk later to see if we can. I need to get real numbers, and we might be able to find private money to help with this.
The household hazardous waste days cost us, and Matt, correct me, about $75,000. It varies depending upon the volume that persons bring. But citizens really don't have another alternative for getting rid of the old paint and chemicals, and we get lots of things in jars without names. So we have to have the city's environmental consultant there helping us with that process to keep everyone safe. But absolutely, I think there is an opportunity to reach out to some private sector folks, and would love the support of you guys to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Banks. We're doing it on our own.
Councilmember Palmer, can you hit pause for 1 second? Because I know Gilbert has been trying to weigh in a couple of times, and I just want to get to him real quickly.
No, I apologize. Just wanted to just kind of piggyback off your question and in full transparency, I mean, a part of the budget reduction demonstrated about $7 million in cuts on contractual service. And I wanted to really highlight that we are evaluating each one of those contracts. You know, the vast majority of this entire department is contractual services, as you can see, based on the budget. And so some of the evaluations we'll look into, and we understand that there has to be a socialization, a legal process, and an overall council approval process. But to say that we're not evaluating the levels of service, whether it be going to one time a week pickup during the off season and twice a week during the summer months for heat and smell, those are all things on the table that we're considering. You noticed as we had the $7 million cut, there weren't exactly line items to demonstrate that. That was the bottom line number that we have to get to. And so I just do want to make sure that the council is aware that part of the process, and you all will be engaged in it right now, it's going through the law department, is reevaluating those existing contracts so that we could have better efficiencies and meet the bottom line number as it relates to what we're trying to manage the budget through. So I thought that was important to say because I didn't feel like it was completely enamored in that conversation, just for the spirit of transparency and what is overall being worked on as it relates to sanitation.
Thanks, Gilbert. I appreciate that. Councilmember Palmer.
No, I was just going to let Councilmember Banks know that we're doing our own sanitation cleanup on Saturday in Algiers. You know, because we don't necessarily get any of these resources in Algiers. So we're doing our own, and we're going to have paper shredding. We're going to have dumpsters, tire collection, and we've been soliciting other businesses out there who are going to come do it. Plus, we put aside some of our Harris money in order to get this done. We're going to be cleaning up some vacant lots too. So we can definitely do it on our own, and it's a great way of leveraging our limited resources.
Thank you, Council Member. Anybody else with any other comments or questions?
I'd
All
just like to.
Go ahead.
Can I add one thing, Councilman? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Cynthia, did you want to close out and then I'll go to Ramsey?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, just a couple of things. One, always have to thank the employees for the Department of Sanitation and council members and the administration who have supported the department. We know that these are trying times, and we just want to work with everyone so that we can try to retain as many services as we can for the citizens. So know that as Gilbert said, there will be some cuts. We just hope that everyone understands that everyone's doing everything that they can to keep the level of service as high as possible within the city in terms of the cleanliness of the city and those things. And I just have to say, of course, we work in all areas of the city. We would like to do more, but we do everything that we can within our resources. And we will be partnering to remove debris from the work that's being done by volunteers. We always do that, and we encourage volunteers to work within their neighborhoods, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramsey.
Yeah, Councilman, I appreciate Cynthia saying that. I just want to say something similar to what I said about Ann and Parkways. You know, Cynthia, I've had the most fantastic experience learning from in our city government, and she and Matt, through this entire pandemic experience of being in the cone of uncertainty now, do we celebrate? We've now hit it 8 times today of storms. They were always ready, just like Parkways, DPW, but sanitation has a unique role in disaster response. And you're seeing that on the streets now in clearing all the debris off. And then a very important and, you know, efficiency and honesty function of debris monitoring, which if you know anything about after Katrina and what a very difficult task that was to ensure we manage federal money right, that is a huge task. It means we have to have pre-in-place contracts, pre-in-place personnel. And what Cynthia and Matt and their very limited number of employees with a big number department, because as Gilbert said, it's all contractual, have done is just, it's remarkable. And I love working with them. And just Kristen, if I can add one thing, we didn't mention this during Director McDonald's presentation, but we had the Louisiana National Guard during Zeta for a couple of days. and they helped out Cynthia and DPW, and they helped out Parkways and clearing debris. And they sent the entire National Guard team to Brechtel for an entire day to clear out all of the trees that fell down in Brechtel. So Councilwoman Palmer, please know that we're always thinking about the West Bank and Algiers. I just, I can't say enough about Cynthia's service to the city and the great work that they have done despite tremendous amounts of challenges over the last several months. Thank you.
No, I think that's great. I'm speaking again to what I bring up every budget season about the West Bank and having to cross the river and not having a collection site. New Orleans East has the same situation. We've often requested to try to figure a way of having, certain days that are in both the New Orleans East and in Algiers, where the same type of services are provided to our citizens. It would probably help prevent a lot of these tire dumpings that you're seeing out everywhere else because of just geographic areas and limitations. It's just something I've been saying every year since I've been in office, and I think it would be wise for us to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. All right. Thank you, Matt and Cynthia, for being here. I appreciate it. All right. If anybody doesn't have any other questions, we'll just keep on trucking along. Next up is property management and real estate and records. Hey, Martha. Martha, I think we got you on mute. So if you could undo that, thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah, can hear you now. Thank you so much.
Great. I guess we'll wait for the slide.
Yeah, we're pulling them up now.
Good. I didn't want to have to hum.
Thank you.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to stop the video if that's all right. Okay. Thank you. I'm Martha Grisette, Director of Property Management, and we're presenting the 2021 City Council budget slides for property management. On this call, I've got Greg Nichols. He's the Deputy Director, and he takes care of our operations. Stephanie Landry, she's Departmental Secretary, and she handles our fiscal and HR. And Jennifer Kretschmann, who is our Real Estate Administrator. I believe you've been working with her on several things.
Yeah, I just want to say, oh my gosh, how helpful Jen and the department has been to what we've had to deal with. It's sort of funny, Martha, I feel like we go in cycles with departments where we see them more or less. And much like I said for Parks and Parkway, your team has been outstanding in interfacing with us, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing that. So if we could go to the next page. This is the agenda. It's fairly small. Department overview, accomplishments, goals, and budget summary and proposed budget. Moving on to page 3. This is our mission and vision. The primary job of the Department of Property Management is, of course, property management. We support other departments and agencies through management, maintenance, research, and support of the city's real property assets. These assets include multi-service centers, cemeteries, courthouses, police and fire stations, city hall, and all other municipal properties. We also contribute to special events with staffing and management. Next slide, please. Here's a brief organizational chart. Obviously, I'm the director. Deputy Director is Greg Nichols. Engineering is run by Herb Williams. Facilities maintenance is Frank Paquette. Jennifer Kretschmann at Real Estate and Records. Fiscal and HR is Stephanie Landry. And new to this chart is cemeteries with Emily Ford. We also have, not mentioned on this chart, 78 employees in its entirety, and their service definitely needs to be recognized. Next chart. Okay, this is a brief review of our income. Department of Property Management does manage rentals, leases, servitudes, multi-service buildings, short-term leases for film, cemeteries, and events. And unlike, we were actually surprised when we ran this, we have a year-to-date earnings that is actually higher than last year for the end of last year. So we're about 150,000 over where we were at the end of last year. I thought COVID would not allow for this, but I guess we did all right. So on to our department accomplishments. Next page, please. So we've listed our bigger accomplishments. Energy efficiency projects is a big thing for Greg. And we've implemented 27 energy efficiency projects this year. And we estimate that's saving the city over $500,000 a year. We've reestablished and staffed the cemeteries division, which is important to the culture of the city. I think everybody recognizes that. And we've spent a lot of time ignoring cemeteries, and we've decided we're going to own it. So we're putting that together. We've improved preventative maintenance services, performing quarterly inspections on city generators, and 576 PMs on HVAC units. So this is helping to keep our equipment running better. We've also created a roving engineer team that, instead of waiting for things to go wrong at like police stations and fire stations, we're going out and trying to address filters and belts and things like that. It saves us a lot of money. It saves our equipment, and it helps those facilities to function better. We've also increased revenue collections, as I mentioned on the earlier slide, and they're up 6.1% to the third quarter of this year compared to the third quarter of last year. And we've reduced overtime spending. Year to date, we're at 92,000. Over 30,000 of that is actually Mardi Gras related. It's just something to take note of. But we shouldn't be too much higher than the 92,000 by the end of the year. And lastly, we've facilitated sanitizing city buildings and workspaces in response to COVID-19. Mosquito Termite Control Board and Homeland Security are the primary parties involved in this, but we coordinate and distribute sanitizing services and supplies with them. We've also helped offices with plexiglass and supplies just to make their workplaces safer. Continue, please. And the 2021 department goals. We plan on expanding department capacity to perform more repairs within the department rather than hiring a contractor. Obviously, that's not always simple, especially given furloughs, but we feel that we can continue on the same path we're doing, like with cemeteries and with the engineering teams. Our second goal is to reduce the use of space that's not owned by the city. We do have some spaces that we can renovate in, like the courthouse, and some space in City Hall and other buildings that we can get out of off-site leases and save money there. Our third goal is to continue to increase revenues and collections from rents and leases, film concessions, and parking. We've set up a better fiscal system for management of revenues, and that should help us to continue to collect things more timely. And the last goal is to continue with the energy efficiency program that we've been working on. We have 9 pending projects. We should save close to $1 million on next year's utility bill as well. Next slide, please. So on the left of this slide, you can see the support services, and those are our internal services: management and administrative services, HR and employee support, and fiscal and procurement management. On the right side are the core services, which are actually support services for everybody else inside of the city. We manage building operations, air conditioning, plumbing, ventilation systems at city facilities, track energy performance, manage and maintain cemeteries, real estate and records, verifies subdivisions, conducts real estate research for all branches of city government, negotiates leases and servitudes, manages sales. And we also have Gallier Hall, multi-service centers, film leases, parking leases, and things of that nature on city property. Next slide, please. And this is our 2020 budget summary and 2021 proposed budget. You can see the overall reduction in spending is 22%. Like I said before, we have 78 people, full-time employees right now. We're instituting the 26 furlough days, a 10% pay reduction for unclassified employees. We have 3, including myself. And we're not filling currently vacant positions. The other way we're saving money is we're going to be more focused on what funds we use to do repairs, and if we can use bond funding to pay for those repairs, we will. The grass cutting that we brought in-house with cemeteries has saved us some money, as has the roving engineering team. And we may find other contracts that we can also bring in-house. We're working right now on a financial analysis on janitorial, because we think that we may be able to do a better service and we may be able to save the city money. The last slide, please. And this fund is one that's a dedicated fund for Gallier Hall. The fund balance decreases because we spend money repairing Gallier Hall. The funds come from the stands that are set up outside of Gallier Hall and the rents from the monies from those stands. So some of this expense was a contractor that we hired to set up a portion of those stands. And the rest of the expenses, like we did several repairs at Gallier Hall to the roof, plumbing, and I think some dry sheetrock work over there as well. And last slide. Do we have some questions?
Well, Martha, thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions for Martha and property management? And Martha, I guess while anybody's getting prepared, I would just also say that I remember overtime was an issue in our first budget. So to see that number shrink down and sort of the dedicated focus as you're showing throughout these slides is greatly appreciated. I know you've been hard at work on that.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anybody? All right. Well, thank you very much, Martha. We appreciate it. All right. Is it Martha, before you leave, are you doing real estate and records, or is somebody else?
It was actually just oriented into our slide presentation.
All right.
But if you have any questions.
No, I don't. It's listed as a subpart A on the agenda, so I'm just trying to hit all my marks.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Joe, I have a question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Martha, thank you so much for all your work. And I really am impressed with what y'all are doing with getting the cemeteries in line. Real quick, I know this wasn't part of your thing, but how is the RFP for Turo Shakespeare and the incinerator going to get those properties redeveloped?
So we've been working on the Turo Shakespeare lease. That is going, the ITB on that is going to go out in time to do so that whoever tries to get the lease can apply for LIHTC funding. So it's all about the timing at this point. I can send you a copy of it if you want to check it out, where the draft is pretty much done. We're just fixing the numbering, and I think you'll be very pleased with it. The incinerator site. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just been a long process, and I know with the budget situation we're in, it just makes sense to try to get some of the city property, redeveloped if it could be potentially income producing.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Thank you, Martha. Appreciate it. All right. Next up is New Orleans Building Corporation. Is Cindy on the line? There she is.
I am.
Hey, Cindy, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm trying to start my video.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Good to see
afternoon.
you. Good afternoon.
How are you?
We're great. How are you doing? We always love hearing from the revenue generators, Cindy.
Great.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Cynthia Connick. I am the CEO of the New Orleans Building Corporation. Before we get into our 2020 accomplishments, I'd just like to talk a little bit about our mission and remind people what our property portfolio is. So the mission of the New Orleans Building Corporation is to provide for the enhancement, improvement, leasing, and commercial development of publicly owned real estate assets and to stimulate economic development in the city of New Orleans. So our property portfolio includes the Hyatt French Quarter Hotel, DH Homes Apartments, DH Homes Parking Garage. There are 5 retail and restaurant spaces associated with those properties, the Piazza d'Italia, the parking lots at 542 and 545 Tchoupitoulas in South Peters, Harrah's New Orleans Casino and parking garages, St. Roch Market, Union Passenger Terminal, the 2 Canal Street and 2 Canal Street parking garage, known commonly as the Four Seasons Project, the Julia Street Wharf portion of Riverwalk, Spanish Plaza, and the Sanger Theater. So with that, if we could talk about what our accomplishments were in 2020. Next slide, please. In 2020, we finalized the Harris second amended and restated lease. So as part of those negotiations, we were able to secure for the city a one-time payment of $42 million, $6 million payment in 2020, and two $3 million payments due in 2021 and 2022. The new lease also established the terms for Harris' $325 million hotel development scheduled for completion in 2024. In a separate negotiation in conjunction with the mayor's office, NOVC assisted in securing an annual permanent casino sports services payment in the amount of $6 million. Next slide, please. So we were also happy that the long-awaited renovation of Spanish Plaza was complete in October. The renovation it totaled $7.5 million. It included a larger fountain, new lighting, pavers, planters, landscaping, and the mechanical room, a new mechanical room. So you will find that we have provided for another linchpin piece on the entire riverfront development that begins at Crescent Park, that the city started at Crescent Park many, many years ago. So we're finally happy to say that it is open. It was done in conjunction with the New Orleans Convention Center Authority. Next slide, please. In 2021, we intend to begin a 3.8 mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrade at Union Passenger Terminal. You know, it's a beautiful building built in the 1960s. We have a HVAC system that actually recently went out like yesterday, that's over 50 years old. So we have been saving and planning for a total upgrade of the mechanical, electrical, and systems at that facility. And we're also going to install emergency generators for future life safety issues. You know, when there's an evacuation, it often gets staged at Union Passenger Terminal. And so we want to make sure that if we have a power outage, which often happens, that we have emergency generators to provide for power. In addition, there's a second floor on that building that we would like to see upgraded with electrical and removing of some environmental issues, so we can put it out to market when the market gets better and lease that property and have it generate some income for the city in order to cover the cost of operating that facility. Next slide, please. So the unfortunate collapse of Hard Rock Hotel caused some significant damage to the Sanger Theater. The roof structure, ceilings, and HVAC were all negatively impacted by the collapse. NOVC is currently undertaking a full roof replacement and repairs to those building elements damaged in order to position the theater reopen when it is safe to do so. It is fortunately covered by insurance. The repair estimate is right now estimated to be $1 million. So we're also happy, next slide please. We're also happy to announce that the Four Seasons Hotel and Residences, which should have a grand opening in the second quarter of 2021. So we're looking forward to putting that back into commerce. And so with that, I'll talk a little bit about our budget. You know, the New Orleans Building Corporation operates with funds generated from its development and receives no allocation from the city's general fund. You can go to the next slide, please. In fact, over the past 10 years, the board has returned $210 million in cash to the city's general fund and an additional $7.5 million in in-kind contributions covering expenses otherwise paid for by the city. Our remaining income in excess of expenses is held in an account dedicated to the repayment of bond debt, capital maintenance obligations in our capacity as a landlord, and for future development of properties. Debt service reserves are obligated through 2024 to service the Canal Street improvement bonds. So our budget of revenues in 2021 totals $19,488,155. It includes rents and other payments from the corporation's portfolio of assets. The amount represents a decrease in revenue of $2,838,231 due to the impacts of COVID-19 on some of our tenants. Our budget of expenses includes $518,797 for personnel, $2,682,280 in operating expenses, and $988,000 for debt service of that Canal Street Improvement Bond debt. The balance of $244,053 is transferred to the general fund. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. And thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it. Is there any member who has a question for New Orleans Building Corp?
I do, if it's okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cindy. I really appreciate all of your work. Yeah, it's really refreshing. It's always been a pleasure to work with y'all and see the fact that y'all can generate revenue for the city. Real quick, in terms of the Sanger Theater, I know you said it was covered by insurance. I'm assuming, or y'all have a separate lawsuit against the developers of Hard Rock, or are you part of the city's lawsuit?
No, we are actually part of our insurer has a claim. They had the right, according to our insurance, to subrogate. So they will in turn go after and subrogate. They have the right in our policy to subrogate. So we have shared other information that doesn't fall in that category with the city, and to the extent it was appropriate, we were included. But the bulk of the damage and the cost of the damage, the insurance company is going to try to recover.
Okay. And then in terms of the Spanish Plaza renovations, I saw that the building, the new restaurant, is under construction. It's looking great. What is the estimated completion of that restaurant?
I think that the completion date for that restaurant is sometime mid-year next year.
Okay. And then the other one is getting, that other ugly building is getting a facelift too, right? The one that's closer to the Riverwalk?
Yes. Both those buildings. And you'll find that immediately between the flood wall and the new fountain, there was a bar that is removed now, and there will be no structure put back on that at that location. So you will have on the north end of the plaza, and the south end, you will have 2 new restaurants.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Cindy, I only have one question, which is with the Four Seasons opening in 2021, which will be great. Does that mean people who purchase condos will begin moving in actually, and the hotel will be open in the second quarter of 2021?
I do think that it means that there will both be residences occupying the building, and the hotel will be open for occupancy on some level.
Great. Perfect. All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your work. Anybody else?
Joe, can I add one thing?
If you're going to thank Cindy, I already did it.
Well, actually, it's a more specific thing. It's not to just thank Cindy.
Yeah, go ahead.
The RTA ferry terminal, which we broke ground on, I think on Thursday or Friday. Cindy Connick played an instrumental role in that. I just want to say she's going to kick my tail for saying thank you, but Cindy really helped make that happen. And Cindy was really helpful there. And I think we didn't say it enough at the groundbreaking, and I'm going to say it now. All right, I'll shut up.
Thank you, Cindy, for that. And I know you've been helpful too with the transition of new leadership to the French Market Corporation, which we'll be hearing, which we're all been very excited about and watching that progress. So thank you.
You're welcome on behalf of our entire team who works on all these projects. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Ramsey, I think that was well deserved. You know, membership on New Orleans Building Corp rotates among the district council members, and I served last year, and just watching Cindy and her team work was just incredibly impressive, and the way that they approach and think through all of these issues, particularly when it means money for the city, is so incredibly important. So thanks so much, Cindy, and please tell everybody on your staff thank you for all their hard work too.
I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to French Market Corporation. I think I see Leslie Alley on the line. Leslie, are you here?
I am here. How are you doing today?
Hey, Leslie, good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
All right. Paul, do you mind pulling up their presentation, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. Thank you.
And while Paul's pulling that up, I want to let you know that Anna Tusa, who's the French Market Board President, as well as Deandra Watson, who is our Finance Director, and Robbie Gertner, who is our Deputy Director, are on the call as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
There is a chance that Alan Johnson, who is our treasurer, will also be on the call, but I believe he's at a City Planning Commission meeting right now. So for him, that was something he couldn't miss. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, and thank you very much for having us today to present the French Market Corporation's 2021 budget. Next slide. I too am going to tell you a little bit about the French Market's mission. The French Market Corporation is a public benefit corporation whose mission is the preservation, restoration, maintenance, promotion, and development of the City of New Orleans properties and historical assets, which have been entrusted to the French Market by virtue of lease franchise ordinances or cooperative endeavor agreements. The French Market Corporation is charged with the management of these critical assets, which include the French Market, the Upper Pentable Building, Jackson Square Pedestrian Mall, the French Market Riverside and Elysian Fields parking lots, Washington Artillery Park, Edison Park, Bienville Park, Joan of Arc Park, Latrobe Park, Dutch Alley, and Crescent Park. Next slide, please. So we're going to move quickly through the agenda, which is pretty much the same as everybody else's. Next slide. One more. Thank you. So the French Market's 2020 accomplishments, we're quite pleased that we were able to continue to move forward, with the challenges this year. So I came on board on March 2nd, and we had to close the market down on March 14th. During that time, though, we've adopted a new French Market Corporation competitive selection process for professional service contracts and obtained certification from the mayor. We've reviewed all contracts and identified those that need to go out for competitive selection and initiated the processes. We've initiated a strategic growth planning exercise with Trepwise, a local growth consulting firm, to assist the French Market in maximizing its potential through innovative approaches to increasing organizational productivity, as well as increasing the productivity of our tenants and vendors. We've initiated a farmers and flea market study with market and design experts to implement best practices while focusing on showcasing local culture bearers, advancing the city's cultural economy, and providing sustainable tourism. We've also launched an updated website providing opportunities to enhance and create digital presence for the FMC's commercial tenants and vendors. Next slide. We've also managed 4 barge elisions in Crescent Park in coordination with a great team at the Law Department, Risk Management, and Capital Projects. We've completed the Piety Wharf stabilization projects, and we've facilitated the procurement of marine engineering and design services that are necessary to restore the wharf. We've facilitated the repair that will begin this week at the Mandeville Wharf from the Nord Bay elision. We've also facilitated the remaining repairs at Mandeville from the Martin Marine and Roger D. elisions. Next slide, please. We held a COVID testing under the flea market shed in conjunction with the city's health department. We held a Creole Tomato Fest to go with partners including Eat Fit NOLA, the Crescent City's Farmers Market, WWOZ, and the National Park Service, providing safe drive-through Creole tomato pickup, virtual concerts, Creole tomato cooking demonstrations on local news and social media. We reopened the flea and farmers markets in July on Thursdays through Sundays, starting with 12 vendors. We are now up to 76 vendors as of this weekend. We've expanded our opening through Mondays, and we've launched the city's first streetlit in the area adjacent to the market on French Market Place. We've reduced the number of residential leases on month to month from 80% to 20%, and we hope to have that number down to 10% by the end of the year. And we've retained continuous occupancy of 51 of the 52 commercial tenant spaces in the Farmers Market, Colonnades, and Upper Montalba buildings throughout the pandemic. And we're in the process of securing a new tenant for our only pandemic-related vacancy. Next slide. One more, thank you. So our goals for next year, goal 1 is to finalize a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city to consolidate the French Market's security patrol under a unified command. We took a big step towards achieving this last week. Councilmember Palmer chairs our security committee, and they approved this agreement, which will move on to the full board, and then we'll get civil services approval, and we should be on our way. We want to finalize the extension of a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city for Crescent Park. The French Market desires to continue its role as managers of the park. However, the frequency of barge incidents illustrates the need to spell out the processes for pursuing claims, dispersing settlements, procuring architectural and engineering services, and contracting for wharf maintenance and repairs. Goal 3 is to complete the strategic growth planning and flea market studies and implement their recommendations in a manner that aligns French Market with best practices, that increases commercial tenant and vendor productivity, and that focuses on sustainable tourism while increasing the revenues to the city of New Orleans. Goal 4 is to implement the French Market's capital program, including but not limited to roof replacements on the Upper Pontalba building, bathroom renovations and improvements in the Flea and Farmers Market and Colonnade buildings, and the exterior repair and build out of the ground floor tenant space in the Red building, placing that space back into commerce. And goal 5 is adopting regulatory changes that allow the installation of wayfinding signs throughout the French Market district. Next slide, please. One more, thanks. So our 2020 budget summary and our 2021 budget requests, as we indicated, the French Market is self-funded. You'll see that in 2020, our approved budget was $11,403,793. And you'll notice that our budget request for 2021 is down about, I believe that's 2.6 million. That is due to the fact that our revenues are going to be down related to our tenant rents. Additionally, that is going to be related to our rents in the parking facilities that we manage. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. And this is that number. So our revenues are self-generated, and you'll see that we'll be down 2.6 million and some change. We do raise all of our funds. They're self-generated as revenues from our commercial operations. This includes our 52 commercial tenants. We have 50 residential leases. We have 3 parking lots, and we have the public markets. Next slide. One more, thanks. Our new initiatives, this is something that as an urban planner, I've really enjoyed participating in. It's the French Market Safe and Social Initiative, where we've partnered with the Mayor's Office, Transportation, the Department of Public Works, Greater New Orleans Foundation, Stay Local, the Urban Conservancy, our French Market tenants and vendors, and the nearby businesses to create a streetlet to provide additional floor area for safe and socially distanced seating and events, and to support area dining and retail opportunities. And we're working to expand opportunities in other areas of the French Quarter that are under the French Market's management along Decatur and North Peters Street. Next slide. We're also working in Crescent Park to create a safe and social environment. So we've partnered with the Mayor's Office and Councilmember Palmer's office, the city's health department, and Ochsner Health Systems to design and test prototypes for family-sized pods. So we're developing methods to allow the loosening of restrictions on social gatherings while educating the public on COVID-safe behaviors. And we're utilizing Crescent Park, hopefully in the future, for moderately sized and safe outdoor entertainment performances and gatherings. Next slide. So given our mission, a large part of what we hope to accomplish next year is related to our capital initiatives. And one of the biggest and most encouraging things that we're doing is public restroom renovations. So the restrooms that are located in the public markets will receive a facelift, and we will construct additional restrooms to increase the capacity. So we're going to add a family restroom, a multicultural restroom, and a restroom designated specifically for the vendors. We're doing this to enhance the user experience of the entire French Market and to offset operating costs for additional facilities with high maintenance costs on our existing facilities. We're looking to install wayfinding signage throughout the French Market. It's directional wayfinding, including fixtures and other design elements throughout the entire French Market district. The wayfinding systems provide visual cues to enhance visitors' understanding and experience of the environment of our district, and they contribute to a sense of well-being, safety, and security. We're working right now towards improving our compactor yard. We're replacing a defective grease trap, and we're doing structural repairs to a screening wall and replacing a gate and adding a pedestrian gate. This is addressing rainwater runoff that's entering into the sanitary sewer system, and it's securing the area from public access and enhancing the streetscape. Next. We are undertaking the Red Stores renovation. The Red Stores is the building where our office is. It's directly across from the Joan of Arc statue. We anticipate a complete exterior renovation of the building, including the removal of the brick veneer on the first floor, the waterproofing of the building, the rebuilding of the first floor gallery, and a complete renovation of the first floor interior, including new restrooms, security space, break room, and commercial tenant space. The return of this commercial space has the potential annual revenue to the French Market of $50,000 a year. So we're looking forward to finally getting that space back into commerce. Additionally, we are undertaking a courtyard restoration in the Upper Pontabla buildings to address deterioration to the building due to improperly sized gutters and rotten windows. So we're very much encouraged to that, and that will continue to help make those units in the Upper Pontablas viable, especially in this time after COVID. Next slide. Or during COVID, but hopefully soon after COVID. And I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Leslie. Does anybody have any questions?
I just have a couple comments more than questions. I just want to first thank Leslie for coming on board, especially during this period. I know it's been very difficult, and she's really been able to tackle a lot of these systemic issues that have been present for a while. So Leslie, just thank you for that. I want to thank you for your patience in dealing with some new projects, especially with the French Marketplace. I think that's going to be an exciting new addition to the area. And again, I know it's been quite a challenge, but thank you so much for all of that. I think we're moving in the right direction, and I'm really excited about the reforms that we're doing systemically for a better security plan for the entire French Quarter.
Thank you very much. I know I've leaned on the board heavily and asked you to come together on many different occasions. So I know that I appreciate your help. The staff appreciates your help. We've got a strong core staff here that I've leaned on hard as well, particularly Deandra and Robbie. So it's been a very interesting first year.
Yeah, I'm just going to very quickly, before I turn it back over to Councilmember Brissett, echo what Kristen said, which is, I know it's been a big lift. You said at one of the last slides how much the revenue is directed from parking and tenants. And so you have to work and coordinate with all those people and try and figure out the situations that are going on through COVID and what's fair and makes sense for people. And I know that's not easy. So thank you to you, Leslie, and everybody who serves on the board and your staff for all their hard work.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leslie. Thank you for your work and your team at French Market. We look forward to working with you during the rest of the 2021 budget. Seeing no other questions, I think that finishes your presentation.
Thank you. Y'all come on down to the market.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, we will have the Municipal Yacht Harbor Corporation. Taylor Casey will be leading that discussion.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm assuming that the presentation is being, okay, thank you. It's uploaded now. But I have a couple of comments. Excuse me, can everybody hear? Can you hear me?
Yep, you're clear.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation. Happy to be with you this afternoon to present the 2021 budget for MYHMC. As you all know, MYHMC is a public benefit corporation that is responsible for managing the city's assets in the West End area, as well as MYHMC self-generates its funds primarily from boathouse ground leases and from boat slip rentals in the harbor. As a result of the damages caused by Hurricane Katrina in 2005 and Hurricane Isaac in 2012, MYHMC has worked very closely with the Capital Projects Administration to settle the FEMA claim and to rebuild the various facilities in the West End area, primarily the Municipal Yacht Harbor. It's important to note that it took quite a while for FEMA, as many of you may realize, but many people who are watching and the public do not, that it took a while for FEMA to settle the claim in order for the West End area to be rebuilt and for them to come to the table and settle on the dollar amount. But want everyone to know that the city, especially through capital projects, worked very diligently through this time period. I came on board at the end of 2011 when the board thought that the claim was about to be settled. And it has been a very interesting process to see it go through that process to be settled, and also for the improvements to be under construction and actually nearing the completion of construction. Now that the harbor improvements are in the process of being completed, MYHMC was able to start leasing boat slips in the harbor on the in late 2019, early 2020 on the east side of the harbor. As a result of the time that it took FEMA to resolve the harbor claim, budgeting for MYHMC in 2020 as well as in the 2021 proposed budget is very similar to budgeting for a startup business. Of course, it has and will continue to impact the timing of projected income and expenditures. At this point in time, we can proceed with the slides. If go to the next slide for the accomplishments. In 2020, the construction of the MYH improvements and the opening of the east side of the harbor was a major accomplishment. Continuation of construction of the improvements for the redevelopment of the Municipal Yacht Harbor and the leasing of boat slips on the east side of the harbor also took place in 2020. Construction of the Breakwater Drive Park improvements along Breakwater Drive and the shoreline of Lake Pontchartrain. MYHMC assisted CPA who settled the FEMA claim and Department of Public Works who is supervising the construction. The administration building located on North Roadway, which everyone knows more as the headquarters for New Orleans Yacht Club, but we occupy a small portion of the second floor of the building, as well as will be responsible for the portion of the first floor of the building for amenities for slip tenants. MYHMC assisted CPA with the input and coordination with respect to the construction of improvements funded by the FEMA claim. The administration, also with respect to the administration building, MYHMC worked very closely with the law department to successfully settle an ADA lawsuit with respect to access to the second floor of the building, which was brought about by someone who attempted to attend a wedding reception at New Orleans Yacht Club. So we have been working very closely for about almost a year with the law department on this issue, and it came to very successful completion. One thing I would like to mention with respect to the leasing of the slips on the east side of the harbor, at this point in time, we have about 152 east side slips leased, which is almost 100% of the first 3 major docks on the east side of the harbor. The 4th dock is under construction, which is called K Dock, which is closest to the boathouses on North Roadway, and that will contain an additional 63 slips, combination of 30-foot slips and 40-foot slips. If we move on to the next slide, to department goals for 2021. Starting with number 1, the goal is continuing to resolve the FEMA claims to continue to assist CPA and DPW, the resolution of the Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Isaac FEMA claims, the redevelopment of the Yacht Harbor and other facilities in West End, such as Breakwater Drive and Park, as well as the completion of the improvements of the administration building. The next item is an item that I know we get a lot of calls about, and I know Councilman Brissett, Councilman DeRusso, you all get lots of calls about, is the Breakwater Drive boat launch, which NYHMC obtained a grant from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through Wildlife and Fisheries for the initial phase of the construction of the redevelopment of the boat launch, which was built initially back in the early 70s. The portion of the boat launch, including the parking lots, which were not included in that grant, because quite honestly, NYHMC did not have enough funds to meet the 25% match that was required of that federal grant. Fortunately, the bid for the improvements along Breakwater Drive came in at a lesser amount than was originally anticipated, and Capital Projects and DPW have been able to include the rebuilding of those parking lots within the job that's underway of the revetment work and the true building of the breakwater along Breakwater Drive, as well as the ultimate milling and overlay of Breakwater Drive will also occur. Goal 3, Municipal Yacht Harbor, the leasing of available boat slips in the east side and west sides of the harbor. And the west side is still under construction. We're waiting on a electrical platform to be built. It's being built to FEMA standards so that electricity as well as other utilities can be brought to the west side of the harbor. We continue to work with Capital Projects on that, risk management, and the law department with respect to the affordability of dock insurance, as well as discussions that we've had with law about possibility of amendment to NYHMC's lease that was executed in 2006 with the city. Number 4 goal, the goal number 4 is capital budget request. In addition to making requests to the city's capital budget, NYHMC is also pursuing other funding opportunities for projects that would be considered capital budgets through other grant opportunities. Goal number 5, the West End Fishing Pier. Continue to work with CPA, risk management, and the law department with respect to the construction documents, affordability of insurance, and an amendment to NYHMC's lease in order to resolve if it is financially feasible to rebuild the facility. And the reason I mention that deals with the cost of insurance for structures built over the water, although FEMA has determined that there's no O&M obtain and maintain requirement for insurance on docks as well as on the fishing pier. And just to put it in perspective, the grant from FEMA for the fishing pier amounts to about $1 million. Now, that does not cover any operating costs. That's strictly the rebuilding of the pier. It's a dollar for dollar claim as opposed to a alternate project claim, such that it replaces what existed prior to Katrina, including restroom facilities that are built to FEMA requirements, being built above the base flood elevation, as well as being ADA accessible. The Goal 6, community sailing, continue to collaborate on youth sailing opportunities with the Community Sailing Center, which is now a major tenant of NYHMC's in the city, in the harbor. And they are basically unifying all of the college sailing teams in one location for them to be the mentors for the high school teams, as well as to offer memberships to people in the community who don't have the ability to buy a boat or belong to a club that can rent a boat, that it'll be a true public facility. This is a 501c3 corporation. They've been able to raise a substantial amount of money for the project. They're still working on raising funds to build a building. They will also be set up to assist handicapped sailors, to be able to launch handicapped sailors into boats with chairlifts. So we all know NORD has some great programs that they provide, especially swimming programs, but this sailing program is an opportunity to get youth who would never have an opportunity to get out on Lake Pontchartrain, give them that opportunity to do that through this organization. And over the years, while the negotiations were going on the lease, the city administration and the Landry administration, as well as our board members, were extremely supportive of the development of the Community Sailing Center to help take it a step farther, as well as this educating youth about sailing and boating opportunities will give us the next generation of boaters and slip tenants here in the harbor. The Goal 7, customer service, deliver excellent customer service to all parties with whom NYHMC employees interact. We have received numerous, our board as well, and I have received numerous compliments on our staff, on Wayne Bloom, our accountant, as well as Brian Whited, who's just come on board in July, just in time for storm season, who's our new deputy director.
Taylor, if you can, back to goal number 6 of the community sailing program, can you give us some specifics as to how Municipal Yacht Harbor, in conjunction with the nonprofit, is what are y'all doing specifically to touch those students, the youth, to provide those opportunities throughout the community, public, private, schools, elementary. Also, I know you did mention college students as mentors, but what specifically are you doing in the city to promote that?
Well, I think the first thing, Councilman, as I mentioned, was the supportive nature of our board to pursue the lease on the site. It's a long-term lease at the corner of North Roadway and the extension of North Roadway, where historically two-lane sailing had been a tenant of almost exclusively a tenant of that area for their college sailing team. We do have a number of members of our board of directors, past members, who actually were involved in starting the Community Sailing Center. And we have several of our members, current members on our board, who received approval from the ethics board that they could serve on both boards, who are members of that board. NYHMC does not actually run any of the programs directly. The Community Sailing Center has hired their own executive director who is running the programs, and they're really at the point of kicking off those programs. They've been working with the college teams, and I know the hurricane season has delayed some of their plans, but they've gotten some. They purchased some boats that are in 8 wet slips that are included in their lease, in addition to boats that are on trailers that are called 420 sailboats that are used by the college teams and high school teams for competitive racing. But we envision that we will continue to work with Community Sailing in terms of promoting activities to our slip tenants, boathouse tenants. We have worked with John Maynard, has been the president of Community Sailing. He had past president of NYHMC board. We have also worked closely with him during the fundraising process to pass along some names of some individuals or corporations or foundations that we thought would benefit their organization if they could raise money from those entities. And they have, as I said, been very successful in raising funds. They still have some additional funds to raise to have a full-fledged operation, but they will be operating, or they are operating now and will be operating, where they'll be getting these programs going with the public in the very, very near future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I would just encourage you to relate to Community Sailing to expand their outreach. I don't see the marketing materials as it relates to the program. Taking steps to incorporate it on your website and or communicate it to the council offices about the opportunities for young children to be able to explore that sailing activity and learning the skills in regards to that.
I will pass that on to them, but in the interim, what I'll do is I will send an email to all the council members with a link to their website, which I think which has been redone recently, which I think you'll be very impressed with their website. It also names their board of directors, who are all volunteers in the community, and what their goals are, and it also has some timing items in there of kicking things off. And so, to answer your question specifically about the schools, they've been working primarily with getting the college teams together so that they can operate in one area. So they will be the mentors, get that established, and then start the program with the youth. So they've, as I say, the hurricane season has kind of slowed them down on a couple of projects, but they are, because they've had to move boats in and out of the area several times in advance of storms. But I will send that email with a link, and I think you all will be very impressed with their website and what their goals are and their objectives.
Thank you for that. And I know we had exchanged communications briefly regarding the Breakwater Drive boat launch. Of course, something that Councilmember Caruso and in my office, we get a lot of with the sharing, bordering of our districts out on West End. Can you give an idea to the council and the public as to when we might see boat launches again?
I'd be very happy to. The Breakwater Drive project, if any of y'all have driven along Breakwater Drive recently, you've seen the rock revetment that's under construction at the lake edge. The point area is still blocked off because of the redevelopment and reconstruction of the point to make it more pedestrian friendly, as well as the boat launch. The contractors started tearing out the old curbs around the parking lot. They're getting ready to start tearing up the parking lot. The plan for that project from DPW as well as Capital Projects is for that entire project, including the boat launch, to be completed basically in the first quarter of 2021. I know it's been a long time coming. NYHMC originally thought that the boat launch would be able to be open on an interim basis until they got to this point of this major project of Breakwater Drive, which I have to mention and give kudos to Capital Projects. Originally, it started as basically $1 million grant from FEMA, and through the efforts of our project manager, Miguel Viteri and Vince Smith, with Capital Projects, the grant was increased to $7 million. And that's what's paying for all the work on Breakwater Drive, as well as some additional improvements to the boat launch. And once again, that grant's separate from the harbor and separate from the proposed fishing pier grant.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. That's exactly what I wanted you to put on the record. Colleagues, are there any questions?
We have a couple other slides, Councilman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, but if there are any questions about the goals, I'll be more than happy to answer. The next is the budget 2020 budget summary and 2021 budget request. As you can see, the approved 2020 budget and the 2021 budget request, which I mentioned up at the top of the page, NYHMC's 2021 operating budget anticipates a reduction of $800,000 of total expenses budgeted in 2020 due to the timing of expenditures. As I mentioned earlier, being in a startup situation, we've had a lot of issues relative to the timing of expenditure of funds, timing of the receipt of income. But it's important to note that in the other operating of roughly $232,000 for 2021, that includes $540,000 that will be paid to the city under CEA for non-eligible FEMA expenses with respect to the harbor restoration. It also includes an additional $500,000 from NYHMC's operating budget, or operating funds account, I should say, that will be placed in a committed insurance loss reserve, such that we have that money dedicated for that purpose. At the time of Hurricane Katrina and Hurricane Isaac, it was really Hurricane Isaac because Hurricane Katrina was prior to the execution of the lease by the city with NYHMC. But Hurricane Isaac, there was a copay that had to be paid of 25% because it wasn't a dollar for dollar claim, as well as there was a $180,000 deductible. So that amounted to roughly $500,000 that NYHMC paid out of reserves in a CEA to the city. Fortunately, those funds were able to be utilized within the redevelopment of the harbor. They were not a direct payment to FEMA, but into the project. So our board has been very prudent with the expenditure of funds over the years, as many of you know, especially you councilmen who are ex officio members of the board. But thought that this would be, at this point in time, would be a very prudent move to establish an insurance reserve account that's dedicated for that purpose to handle future unknown, unanticipated items. Also, NYHMC has voluntarily participated in the mayor's furlough payroll reduction program through the end of 2020, although we do self-generate our own funds. We move on to no questions. Any questions on this sheet? If not, on the slide, we'll move on to the next one.
Taylor, I don't have one about this one, but I just wanted to make sure you'd said something earlier under the goals. The insurance issue has now been worked out because FEMA.
Not completely. The city is awaiting a response through Joe Threat with PDU and the law department relative to the O&M issue that FEMA says it's not an obligation, but does that satisfy the check the box off the form, so to speak, for capital projects to say that there is insurance in place now that the project, even though it's still under construction, is moving toward the phase out completion of the project, and the numerous forms that capital projects and PDU have to certify to. So that is still an open issue. We have budgeted some funds in 2021 for fire insurance and risk insurance, but not for perils associated with storms that we have, been told by GOSEP and FEMA, as well as the city has, that they are there and that these facilities built over the water are not insurable at a reason. Let me say, not insurable at a reasonable number. But within the budget of the $2,232,000, we have in addition to the insurance that we're paying now of roughly $150,000, we have another $100,000 budgeted. That's an estimate for insurance for the other perils on the harbor. But I think we still have. It's a multifaceted issue. That we still have some issues relative to the long-term lease between the city and the Yacht Harbor Corporation. I don't think anyone ever envisioned in 2006, since the docks were not insured at that point in time, at the time of Katrina, that the docks would be insured in the future. And the lease states that all assets of the city or NYHMC have to be insured for 100% of their value, which under the interpretation of the lease, that would include the docks. So we are hopeful that we can come to an amicable solution once everybody gets word from FEMA, final blessing from FEMA on this, to then proceed to be able to modify the lease with the city to take that into consideration. Because to the bottom line on this is the insurance to insure these docks for the value, and it's not really insurance because there's a $5 million sublimit on a $14.6 million insured value with a $500,000 deductible. It costs $400,000 a year for the premium. And NYHMC has run some numbers, and if we had to buy that insurance for 2020 and 2021, NYHMC would be out of business at the end of 2021 or sometime in 2022. So it's a critical issue that ultimately needs to be resolved. And I think we're on our way to resolving that. But as you can see, with funds that we're paying back to the city, and as I said, our board has been very prudent with money over the years. We will not have a substantial amount of money left in reserves to cover these things. Of course, as the harbor fills up and we get more tenants, we'll be able to ultimately build up our reserves to cover reserves for, capital improvements and other insurance. The $500,000 on the insurance in a reserve, we probably need more like $1.5 million in terms of insurance availability for insurance copays. But like everybody else who's dealing with budget issues, you can only do what you can do with the funds that you have at the time.
Well, thank you for that. And it sounds like there's sort of two pieces to this, the FEMA piece and then working through the contractual one as well. So just please keep us in the loop as those develop so we can lend our hands to those.
Thank you. We certainly will.
Thank you, Tim.
And then the last slide is strictly just talking about revenues. As I mentioned earlier, our revenues are self-generated revenues or from cash reserves. And that's that difference that I mentioned earlier is the difference between 2020 and 2021 is really more of a timing issue on really the payment of some of these funds to the city. The other issue that to be aware of is that the NOAA bonds that had been in deferment of roughly a little over $500,000, those have now been paid off. So they weren't deferred. We weren't in default on those bonds. So therefore, the city was not in default on those bonds and will not be in default on those bonds because they've since been paid in full to FEMA. So that also came out of our reserves in 2020. And that's, if anybody has any other questions, I'll be more than happy to address them. Oh, I'm sorry. The next slide, the new initiatives. What I mentioned about the 540,000 that's in the CEA, there's 500,000 that will be paid to the city this year out of the reserves, and 540 anticipated 540 next year. And this is basically to cover items that were not in the grant or items that FEMA considers to be not eligible to be for the city to be reimbursed on. The next item is the establishment of field staff and field security staff for the harbor. We have 6 classified positions through civil service that are being proposed. We recognize there's still a hiring freeze. The board thinks it makes economic sense to pursue this. We do have police detail through Orleans Levee District at this point in time, which could be reduced, still have some presence on the public streets. Because as you can imagine, your constituents may call from time to time about people who are drag racing on Breakwater Drive, as well as hanging out at the point and maybe causing some disruption with loud music, etc. And as we know, private security companies or private guards do not have any authority on the public streets. But by doing this, we show personnel costs increasing to 340, other operating costs decreasing from 170. That would be from 2020 to 2021 from a number of 270 to $100,000 that would be used to supplement in-house security with police security. And so that's the reduction there of the operating costs, so that we would have a net increase of 170,000 that once again is included in the proposed budget of total budget of $2,962,400. And those are the 2 items that we have for new initiatives. So I guess the next slide is, if there are any questions, any other additional questions, I'd be more than happy to attempt to answer them.
Colleagues, any more questions for Municipal Yacht Harbor?
I just want to say thanks to Taylor for all of his hard work. I know that board works hard too, and it's quite a presentation and a lot of work that's been done at the Municipal Yacht Harbor. So thank you so much, Taylor.
Thank you very much. We have been, with a small staff, we have been very fortunate to have, and I'll have to give compliments to our board. As you know, they don't receive a per diem, they don't even turn in parking receipts for paid parking when they go to a meeting at City Hall. They have been extremely helpful to us in assisting us through this process, through the claims process and the startup process. So we have been very fortunate to have a very active board that we've worked with over the years. So thank you for your compliments. I'll pass that on to them.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso, and same here, Taylor. Thank you for your leadership and your work, and we look forward to continue working with you to restore and attract many people to a great asset that Municipal Yacht is responsible for. So thank you.
Thank you all.
With that, that was the remaining department, agency, municipal yacht corporation for day 2 of the 2020 budget hearings. Mr. Harang, are there any public comments?
Yeah, one comment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McKnight, excuse me.
It's from Mrs. Lorraine Washington, not a paid rep. And she says, I'm tired of seeing dumping in New Orleans East. I hope that the council increases the budget for more crime cameras and illegal dumping. These tire mattresses are disgusting. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. And that wraps up public comment for day 2. Tomorrow, November 11th, we will have begin with Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, followed by Municipal and Traffic Court, Clerk of Criminal District Court, followed by the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, then the District Attorney's Office, our Coroner's Office, then the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office, OPSC, Office of Secondary Police Employment, then the Office of Inspector General, Independent Police Monitor, and ending the day with the Ethics Review Board. So with that, I would entertain a motion, seeing no other business, a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councilmember Palmer.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jerusha. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's 6 yeas, no nays, and we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.